First World Order Radio. Finally, we are on the air. No doubt. All right.
There's always going to be somebody in the building on First World Order Radio.
We get on into some of that order consciousness tonight.
First World Order Radio every Wednesday, 8 p.m.
We got to talk about what is taking place on the planet.
There's always going to be somebody in the building on First World Order Radio. First, we need to let you know we're going to be doing more shows, giving out more information on Wednesdays. Wednesday at 8 o'clock, we are now going to make this the hottest day of the week.
Preceding others in time, order, importance. The most prominent parts, voices, or instruments. Earthly state of human concerns in existence. An indefinite multitude, quantity, or distance. System regulates to bring about specifics in the group based on value and natural characteristics. Current radiates electromagnetistics of sound through the air, same as your thoughts transmits it. Preceding others in time, order, importance. The most prominent parts, voices, or instruments. Earthly state of human concerns in existence. An indefinite multitude, quantity, or distance. System regulates to bring about specifics in the group based on value and natural characteristics. Current radiates electromagnetistics of sound through the air, same as your thoughts transmits it.
You need to understand how magical this, something like this every Wednesday can become. So you need to start getting your calendar right, get your schedule right. You need to know our intention straight out.
All right, so, these clues are given throughout the various languages was to piece the puzzle of this ancient mystery school back together again.
And what we plan on doing, both of us, is bringing y'all some surefire dynamite. We're going to take this level up a notch. We're going to have stuff to do here. This is not just going to be about philosophies and theories, shit that works.
I'll let everybody else who didn't pay. All right, How to Speak to Spirits, class 1 of 2. This is the second cycle, the second new class. All right. How y'all feel out there today? Nigel out in nature. Nigel.
Just chill.
Nicholas is showing us his deep tattoo. As above, so below.
No tap, nigga.
Jarrell Tai Chi. He must know Tai Chi. He must just like Tai Chi. Look at Jarrell. He's all about the business. He don't want no Doritos, no Pepsi, no nothing. You just see him fucking with. All right. So, fellers, a couple of ladies out here. We actually have 11 people. I think we're supposed to be close to like 15. So, I think we're actually close. We're closer than I thought. There's a chat thing too, but there's such a small group. You guys may not really care to dick fight because there's a bunch of niggas. Yeah. Timar. What's up? Mia. All right. So this is How to Speak to Spirits. Wave your hands, the people who I can see. If you took my first class, just wave your hand. All right, Nicholas and my brother Tai Chi, Nigel. It's not really essential that you have. It's more on the level that it's more complete. You know what I'm saying? So those who took my other class is more of a complete education. But those who haven't, this will work for you as well. All right. How to Speak to Spirits. This is a direct way. Technically, if you took my first class, niggers, you should know how to speak to spirits. It's something that should come about as a natural progression as you do your work. But if you need to streamline it, which evidently you do, and evidently many people do, that's why there's now a class for it. We're going to get into the mentality you need to start speaking to spirits. So what are spirits? The first thing we can say, the closest and easiest understanding of spirits is they're just pretty much relatives. Relatives. That's who you're gonna have the bulk of your dealings with. Niggas, of course, say ancestors, but that's actually fucked up because if we were in a ancestors reach back, or this concept of speaking to your ancestors for guidance or whatever reaches back to the uh, uh, either ancient practice, but even later day practice of cultures. In the cultures are when we were able to set up ancestral communication that was really effective because it was so many generations. Now, to understand how that would work, you need to understand the astral world and how the astral world is set up. It's like truly purgatory in every sense of the word. It is actually not heaven, it is not hell, and it is not your end or the end place, home sweet home. Is not the final destination of your reality. It is connected to Earth. It is a part of the illusion of Earth, and it just has different principles than Earth. Different but the same, more etheric. So technically, everything that can happen on Earth happens slower than it would happen in the astral world. In the astral world, you have the same mind, the same mentality, the same wants and needs. Some people do not even realize out of ignorance that they don't even have a body anymore. And those people usually find themselves being reincarcerated or reincarnated into a new body because they find, because your divine mind is running the whole show. So if you think the greatest thing you are as a human, when you leave your human body and you find there's still an awareness, you will try to attach to the things you know. You still project in the astral world, I have an arm, I have a hands, legs, feet, penises, and vaginas, because this is all you know yourself to be, or the greatest you think you are in all things possible. Then you got white people here promoting that in you by telling you that you are just random and just evolved randomly. What this does to your psyche is show you have no purpose. So when you die without a purpose, you're waiting and you're waiting. And then you're waiting so much that you return to a body or you're stuck in purgatory, the astral world. Now, on the other side of it, you just went full country on me, Torrin. The other side, you just went full country on me. You went full country on me. You was almost there, yeah. It's just tight, though. You got to loosen up a little bit, son. You ain't got to be in the baggy area. You just got to be in the looser area. Not the baggy, the loose. See, that's what's wrong. When I say loose, you think baggy. You got to think, just relax. Just let the dick swing a little bit, son. Your nuts are going, ow. Ow, help me. They not, they just skinny, like they skinny. They not tight, they just skinny. But that not just that they skinny. You gotta let them flow a little bit, player. You a player right now. You know what I'm saying?
When he stops wanting to look young, he'll start wearing his clothes. When you stop wanting to look young.
So the astral world, like I said, could be heaven or hell for some folks based upon your mind. Once you leave the astral world, they said, that's it, you're done. You're not coming back. It's over. You're not in the system no more. You know what I'm saying? So some of us actually feel we have more work to do. I know when, the national anthem for niggas, I ain't never coming back. But if you of your right mind, like conscious people are supposed to be, You say, well, shit, no, I am coming back to get some work because this is not real. Remember that? What happened to all of that shit? So if this is not real, this is an illusion, this is Maya, this is Matrix, this is not happening, none of this shit is happening. It's just the illusion of happening that's a headache. But if you're doing a work that's greater than the illusion of a fucking headache, then you're gonna still stay here. You get what I'm saying? I'm here. I came to do it, but I'm clear on what I came to do. Khadijah's here, but she's clear on what she came to do. So our work is greater than the headache. And we also understand that you can live pretty much as best as you can live in a human body here as well, and still not be as stressed, not be as time to punch in again. That's the idea of my class, to master your reality where you're not suffering while you either do the work you came to do or learn something you came to learn here, because this is a school. The problem is the astral world. Once we get to the astral world, that purgatory is where some of us have been down here so long that we have forgotten. Some of us hunger gods that came and got trapped up in this bullshit. And some, we came for different reasons. I came to raise niggas up out of this shit, to explain what you're hearing now. So the astral world can be manipulated as well, because the deeper science of the astral world is this is the place where it houses spirits. This is where spirits live. Earth is where the body lives. All throughout eternity, or that home or that final destination, is where your soul lives. So your soul is the forever being. Your soul can live anywhere in existence. It just takes on a different persona in different existences. On a human body, it falls asleep and becomes, while this ego becomes your consciousness. The ego aspect of your mind rules. The ego rules in humanity. So the ego does not want to let go, because the ego is a part of you that dies. Why? Because all humans die. All things down here die, which means the ego does not want to die. Why? Because you don't want to die. Because if you knew it was on the other side, you'd be like, shit, nigga, kill me now. You know what I'm saying? But you don't want to die. So that's a reflection of how your ego feels. So when it gets to the astral world, it's doing what? Everything to keep your ass ignorant. Because it's hoping to get another turn. You get what I'm saying? It's hoping to get another turn. It's hoping for you to come back and then be another human. Because the more it recycles, the more it exists. Without humanity, your ego becomes a subconscious. And your conscious becomes that which was sleeping, your right state of mind. In all of those funky thoughts that we say, God damn, that's what we're actually probing. If you are smart enough, the divine mind, there's something about us that we're feeling in us that ain't right. So we have to see what this is, right? So we say, okay, we're going to make a world conducive to that little spot in us that comes up every once in a while. And then we unfold it and make it the lead to see what it is. And then what you have in the end is everything on planet Earth right now. The world. You have every nigger, that one thought that was in our subconscious mind when we were in our right mind, we put it on Front Street. We put it on front. That's called humanity. And as humans do what all humans do, it's us studying this thing that was hidden to understand it. So from the true sense of the word, we were in our right mind. What is now our subconscious mind was our mind. But there was this little subconscious thing we now call the ego or humanity in us, that was so small that we had to say, it was in the darkness for us. You understand what I'm saying? And we were in the business of out of darkness light. So how do you probe that darkness that was in us, called humanity, called the ego. You make a world where it is rules. It is now in the light, and you let it do what it does, and it's doing all this human shit. And we're like, oh, okay, okay. So that thought in its prime was about greed, was about survival. So if I had to say what lessons are we learning, we're learning this survival thing that was hidden in us. Why would we be scared? If we reign supreme and we ruled all, we're not thinking about survival. We can't die. So we have to probe things like survival from that perspective. You understand what I'm saying? In other words, nigga, CJ, Nicholas, y'all ever probe not being able to dance? Y'all niggas, you're not thinking. When you see white people doing it, you're not even thinking. So to them, dancing is in their subconscious mind somewhere. They would have to, let's say they had the power, create a world of nothing but dance. So they could understand it, see it, learn why it was suppressed in them. You get what I'm saying? It's something they can't do. It's something that maybe, let's say, necessarily not worried about in their world. So we were not worried about survival, dog eat dog, arguing, fighting. It didn't exist to us. So how do you study it? You got to find something in the darkness in you and bring it in the light. And then it's being acted out here on earth. So all of these traits that we see in humanity, especially the nasty ones, that's why we had to create white people. We had to create a degraded version of us. We had to go all the way down that road. You follow what I'm saying? We had to go all the way down that road, because going down that road, what it does is it takes us to the deepest and darkest regions of our own mind. Now, this aspect of our mind put on display, remember? So once we did everything there is to do, come back and decide to go back into our right mind, we now had a dark aspect of ourselves we didn't understand, survival, let's just say, among many other things. But survival, you understand what I'm saying? I mean, there's separation. There's a lot of things under this project that call Earth that we're under. But we go through the survival, right? And now we understand the concept. A concept as gods of all things in existence, beginning, middle, and end, and things to be, would never have to even deal with. It would be ignorant, and ignorance is, we're not in the business of ignorance, right? All right, so this is a kind of thing you can look at to get a perspective on how our mind is doing a bigger work than just trying to figure out how to talk to ancestors to get some information to help you be a better human. You get what I'm saying? Even though you may need to do that, you know what I'm saying? Because this is a rough illusion. You understand? But at the end, it's still thinking a bigger picture. You want bigger answers. Your mind is a bigger entity than what's the best. How do we save black people in this economy? You know what I'm saying? Die, nigga, die. You know what I'm saying? That's how we save you. Die, nigga. Die well, nigga, and don't come back. Die, nigger, die. So, understanding, at least on this level of astral world and the concept of it, you had, I won't even call, we can call them wise men, but wise in their day, but actually very dumb to an ancient day. But we're looking at them here in America as this is the thing to follow. But we're still trying to follow Africans at a time where they were fucking falling off. It fell off to where we were at, but it was falling off before. It ended up where you wake up and going, yes, sir, I'll pick it up. It ends up there. But the thing we're looking up to was not the greatest thing, too. So we're talking about cultures. So in cultures, they still understood at this time how the astral world worked, and that you could set up houses, areas, and situations up there. Because in the end, you're trapped. If the soul escapes, is successful. But the spirit lives there like we live on earth. So remember, there's your body, your soul, and your spirit. There's 3 aspects of you. So the body never leaves earth. Let's get that out the way. The spirit can go to the astral world and to earth, and you do that every night when you go to sleep. The dream world is the astral world. Your spirit comes there back. You ever have when you wake up and you can't move? Some people see spirits, dark things, a pressure on them, blah, blah, blah. This concept is sleep paralysis. It's deep, but it's not deep. You know what I'm saying? What happened, which makes it not deep, is your spirit comes into your body on layers and levels. So you became conscious before your spirit entered your body, and it's your spirit which animates you. That's the not deep part. The deep part is your spirit comes into your body in layers. You know what I'm saying? And it animates you. That's the deep part as well. You know what I'm saying? So you go back and forth each time. So when you die, they say there's this cord that brings you back and forth every night. When you die, the cord is severed. So the human body decays on earth, and the spirit still has its consciousness. It still has your mind consciousness, or an aspect of it. Now, your mind can be free with your soul, but if you don't know no better, it's trying to stay in what it knows. So it's in the astral world. So the astral world is like you know how, remember we used to go to the pool and then they'll have a shower that's kind of warm, you get in, and then you get in the pool. So you get wet to wipe the shit off of you. Then you get in the pool. It's the same thing. The astral world can also be like, you just get wet before I go into the pool again. I'm starting to degauss. I'm starting to take off. I'm all fragmented. I'm starting to defrag. So I go in there like, oh shit, nigga. Oh, this nigga panicked. Whatever he was doing was crazy. All right, then. And then I'm gone. Or then I can set up shop and say, oh, that shit was crazy. And then I can actually build a house or a reality or a heaven or whatever the fuck, an Egyptian world, and live in that shit while I wait to go to the next life. Now, it may be immediately for the people on earth because time is different there. So it may be immediately. So Brother Panic may die and my sister may have a grandson and say, God damn, that's my brother. You know what I'm saying? He doing the same shit, the same faces, same toys, same funky ass shit. Not just DNA, but no, that motherfucker is him. You know what I'm saying? So I may have returned immediately as him, even though my spirit as Panic, because that was an incarnation, may still exist. So Nicholas may be doing libations and be saying, I talked to Panic. And you did. You've talked to my spirit, even though my soul is back in a new kid named Damon. You understand what I'm saying? So let's look at it in a bigger way. I could have been on Earth 10 times, and all 10 of my spirits are easily contacted. If they're remembered, they can be contacted. Even though I may have moved on, my soul is the only thing real about me, remember? See, on Earth, we don't have multiple bodies at once. In the spirit world, is different. Or in the astral world, let me be absolutely clear. The astral world is different. I may have been Abraham Lincoln before, but since we have $5 bills, he's the president, we bring his name up, his spirit is still alive. So it's in the astral world and we still can receive from it. You understand what I'm saying? So we still can pour libations. We can still do a give and take from his spirit. Libations, sacrifices, pictures, statues, whatever. And the energy can talk back to us. Oh shit, it's working. I got more $5 bills. This face is on a $5 bill. Oh shit, I got 5 of this or whatever. We start to decipher through synchronicity, which we will talk about in this class, how the messages come through him. So it's a give and take. Even though his soul may have moved on, even though Lincoln may have came back and he's Obama now. So as Obama's on the planet, we still can contact Lincoln's spirit in the astral world. It only dies when people forget it. If there's like any other energy, it becomes stagnant. You understand? I'm looking at Nicholas, so when you say yes, I think everybody else has got it. So when it becomes stagnant, that's when it's gone. So he could claim 10 times, and if everybody remembers his spirit 10 times, it's still alive in the astral world. People can use it and feed off of it. If people forget it, then it's gone. So what these cultural niggas knew how to do was continue to feed the spirits of those who died years and years and years and years and years in their culture. Whereas Khadijah, a young Mandinka maiden, says, I need help with licorice. There was some nigga sometime in their culture that had that problem, which means the spirit still exists because they knew how to set up ancestral worship. You're following? They knew how to, okay, remember I said, your spirit dies in the astral world if no one remembers it, right? So I can be Brother Panic, right? Die. Body's gone. Body never leaves Earth. My spirit as Panic is in the astral world, right? So y'all niggas like, oh shit, that's my nigga Panic. He showed me this, he showed me that. I'm definitely pouring libations. I'm definitely doing that. Oh, he used to say that. I need that. Da, da, da. So y'all now work in the spirit, right? So now you think I'm sitting around in the spirit world giving shit out to you niggas? Oh shit. Here comes Nicholas. Here comes CJ. You want $5? I got you, nigga. My consciousness is not there. My spirit left Brother Panic behind for you to deal with the spirit. But me, myself, my soul, which is real, I may have gone. I'm not there personally attending to your needs. But my spirit, my energy signature was left behind for you to eat off of. You understand? And you can eat off of it. So they knew though, if you guys eventually by the 3rd generation, nobody's gonna remember Panic. There was no recording devices where you could see me on YouTube. Following what I'm saying? So pretty much I'm gone. I may have did all of this. There was no such thing as recordings. And if you don't remember me or you don't talk about me around the campfire, I'm gone. And that's fine. It doesn't hurt. My spirit dies, my body dies. They're both part of the illusion. I started off by telling you the earth and the astral world are illusions. Those two parts of you are an illusion. Your body does work when it's here and it dies. Your spirit can do more work. But if nobody works it, it's energy. Stagnant, it will eventually die, which is fine. This is good. You know what I'm saying? Your soul could be back on earth or could be gone. Boom, that's the system. So the cultural aspect of it said, if we create something called ancestral worship, right? Because we have no recording system. So we can't say some of the great ones that came before us, we could record them so the kids could watch them. We had to tell their story, right? Or we had to keep them alive in the spirit world so we can actually access them. That's the point anyway. You know what I'm saying? The point is not to tell their story. It could be to tell the story so you be inspired, but that's second to being able to talk directly to Malcolm X's spirit. So we could tell Malcolm X's story, see his story, be inspired by his story as a human, but then what if we could talk to him and get information directly, which I have done. That's a different aspect of power and almost the point any fucking way. You know what I'm saying? So the cultural niggas understood this. So what they did was set up what we now call ancestral worship. So
in 19 or 18 or 16 or 1343. We started this culture. We started a system. We eat, sleep, fuck, marry, divorce, hunt, build houses, live in houses, dress, dance, all the same. One nigga in 1342 is almost the same as the nigga in 1843. He's the same hunter. They hunt the same way. They fish the same way. The women do the same work. Men, there's really no need to update. They on the same land. Nothing's bothering them. Following me? Only thing that makes you change is outside influence. You know what I'm saying? This idea of evolution that we have is a made up, fucked up thing that white people gave you. iPhone 6, then iPhone 7, then iPhone 8. It's the illusion that you're moving on. All you did was get a phone with bigger or smaller. Do you even realize how fucked up that is? You on iPhone 9, they started with 1. It's really just a phone that does the same thing. But in your mind, you've gone someplace. And I said this, I think in my last class. If I said to you right now, I have a flip phone. It went like this, whoa, just because I had a flip phone. I would get no pussy from a girl in the club because I have a flip phone. If I'm talking to a girl, you want some Hennessy, and I say, hold on for a second, and pull out a flip phone, it's over. Over a flip phone. A phone that does the same thing as you're not. Psychologically, what does that tell you? First of all, it should tell you niggas you under mind control. That the fact that phones dictate how you see socially, intellectually, sexually another individual. If she pulls out a flip phone, I'm like, I'm about to fuck crazy. Let me back off. You know what I'm saying? So it's showing you psychologically how you're actually being controlled. So it should tell you you're under mind control. So they, without any outside influence, didn't need evolution. So 1342 and 1842 looked the same for them niggas. You know what I'm saying? Pretty much. So with this and the continuous of ancestor worship through the years, the spirits that have gone before them are always honored. And because they're in a culture, when they die, they have an expectation of what the astral world would be. So pretty much they started setting up a home, a scenario, a situation in the astral world for every particular, let's just say, we use our roots, the Mandinka warrior, the Mandinka people. So since they're remember how Toby was? I am Mandinka. We eat Mandinka. We shit Mandinka. So they die Mandinka, which means their spirit has a home that's already set up in the astral world for them to go with. It's been described for them thoroughly. It could be absolutely made up because the astral world is whatever you make it, right? So it can be absolutely made up, but the people believe it. The same way some nigga in the Uber was telling me yesterday his father died and some other, so he went and had a dream, and then he went to the first heaven, and it was all white. Then they took it to the seventh heaven where he's seen angels, and they were so big that they could hold the world in their hand. And then he's seen a man sitting in a chair, just sitting. And then he said, I know there was no women in there. There was no, and I know people like to say that. I'm like, all right then, man, it was good to talk to you. One, I don't even speak to that. First of all, you've seen everything from TV that the Bible said, which tells you your psyche is showing you what you need to see. How do you explain that to somebody? I'm beyond even explaining in what you said. I can explain why it's happening to you. You understand what I'm saying? Why you see what you see. So I'm beyond even trying to decipher this white version of what you think your afterlife is. So now when he dies, where do you think he's going in the astral world? To that illusion. And then his mind wants to come back here. His psyche wants to come back here because that's all he knows, scared to die. Because other things he was telling me, I'm trying to save the kids. I'm like, you can't. He's like, if you seen a guy stand on the side of the building, would you save him? I said, of course I would try, but if a nigga, I said, but I really can't save him. If I'm actually having a conversation with this nigga, trying to get him off the side of the building so he won't jump, that means he don't want to jump. Why is he talking to me? If you want to kill yourself, you walking up to the top of the building and going and jumping. You ain't gonna. Why are you talking to me? I said, look, if that man wants to kill himself, nothing I will say can stop him. If he wants to not kill himself, he's gonna sit there and even entertain anything I'm gonna say. So, from that metaphysical perspective, you can't save him. Well, if you could talk to a kid and change his slug, an apple into an orange, I said, nigga, you said a cliche thing and it's opposite. The fucking saying is you can't get oranges from an apple tree, nigga. If this nigga came to earth to kill niggas in Chicago, then by gum, there will be dead niggas in Chicago. That's his work. You can't change that. You may, if you're actually in a conversation with someone about changing something, don't be a killer. Well, I've talked to people and they stopped murdering. My nigga, they wanted to stop murdering and you were the tool or the excuse they needed to stop murdering. Well, that contradicts what you said you teach. No, nigga, I said I stand there every day and tell people I can only be a tool. I can't show you shit. Then he told me the heaven story. And I said, okay, it was good talking to you, nigga. I don't talk to niggas like that. You must know red pill and blue pill. Everybody says that. Them niggas must be popular. Because every time somebody says, your name is Brother Panic, you must know red pill and blue pill. I'm like, yeah. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, damn, like, everybody, them names stick out to niggas. Red pill and fucking blue pill. Them twin niggas did the best PR for goddamn consciousness in existence, nigga. Like, oh, twins who are conscious and their names are pills. That sticks. And I felt like it was this old 70-year-old nigga that picked me up later on that day. This is all Uber fame. Everybody starts with what's Brother Panic. So, you know, I pretty much hit them with it's just a nickname. They won't stop. I'm like, it's Brother Panic. Oh, Panic. When I heard Panic, I expected to see. I said, well, you should still be scared, old nigga. I'm saying, laughingly. And I said, well, you know, it's just a nickname. He said, sounds intimidating. It sounds, you know, hard. I said, well, you know, I'm from the projects in New York. He said, man, I'm from the projects in Southside Chicago. He said, I know what that shit is. I said, oh, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? We broke the nigga barrier. You know what I'm saying? My nigga. I said, well, he said, the shit sound menacing. I said, good, nigga. I'm from the projects in New York. It was supposed to sound menacing, nigga. You know what I'm saying? My name couldn't be Tickle Fingers. You know what I'm saying? That's that nigga Tickle Fingers. It don't sound like shit is going to happen right. So now, this nigga talking, and he's like, well, what? I said, I gave him some real shit. I said, well, actually, I teach it's Pan, I teach mythology. That's where I'll start. That's the god Pan, Panic. Panic is the cry of Pan, and you know, so it's fitting. And it was my name when I was a kid. I didn't pick it for anything. So when I found out the energy properties of that deity, Pan, it matched, and then I became a speaker, which is the cry of Pan, Panic. And it's actually for your enemies that hear the cry and they panic. So I'm like, nigga, that's some real poetic fly shit. So that nigga started saying, oh, metaphysics, woke shit. I'm like, oh, the 70-year-old nigga was on it, nigga. He's my daughter's woke. She probably fuck with you. His nigga's like, a 70-year-old nigga said, so you probably fuck with Phil Valentine. I said, oh, yeah, he's very cool. That's one of the elders. I said, I wouldn't say I'm from his era, He's been way before me, but I've done a lecture with him, you know what I'm saying, recently, and for years, same circuit type thing. So the nigga knew what was up. So there's always, when I meet a motherfucker who went to seventh heaven, there's always a nigga with a redeeming quality next, a redeeming quality that comes about that I'll say, okay, I don't want to have a stupid nigga day. That nigga brought me in stupid nigga day. And it's, so now you're going to see what you want to see. You understand? So that's why this guy's seeing angels in the throne. That's what you wanted to see. So he could tell me, he started, while I'm getting out the car, no, I'm not religious. Nigga, you just proved you were. You know what I'm saying? You just proved you was religious. But in your mind, you may think you're not religious, but you are. So this tells you, because without guidance or the mind control called Christianity that's here, he got a taste of what his end game is. And what a depressing thing to be sitting at the feet of some nigga on a throne and to exclaim, there's no pussy there. Now do y'all understand the concept of hell? What if that's the afterlife for him? Because it is, in the astral world at least. What if that's the astral life, the afterlife? What a terrible, depressing thing. If you read Yvonne and Gavin Frost's book, The Astral Travel, they'll talk about, why I like that book is they'll talk about the things you'll experience once you start getting in the game and in the astral traveling game. And sure enough, like clockwork, I would see thousands upon thousands staying around astral churches, just hanging out, dead, could be even thousands of our years, still waiting for a religious revelation. Now, also know too, because you're conscious and you have your mind, you could do all your work, spiritual work, or the rest of your spiritual work from the astral world as well. You don't even have to incarnate to get information. My aunt asked to join me in my study when she was already passed. She came in the spirit world, asked me to join me in my study. And then the day she's told me, okay, I'm good. And she asked me, because she was a Orthodox Muslim. She asked me about Akala Akbu. No, I'm sorry. That's the name she told me she was before she left. She asked me about Alat, which is pretty much the female Allah. And all the attributes even precede the man Allah. She's worshipped as a stone. Now you got the Kaaba stone that they worship. She's the patron saint of all travelers, and they're supposed to do this travel to Mecca. That's actually an Alat ritual. So there was the deity Allah and then the female Alat. And so she asked me about that. And then she went in. And then when she came out, like, I had a dream. I was in a dream world, and there was a bunch of Muslims chanting. You know how they chant, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. It was yelling that, and then it started changing to Akala Akbu, Akala Akbu, Akala Akbu. I woke up and wrote it down and knew my aunt was telling me her goddess name, and that she moved on. So even though she was here as a devout Muslim, she got consciousness in the spirit world, in the astral world, moved on. So it's a functioning world, a part of Earth, but it's a different way to live. And if you're fucked up on Earth in humanity and don't know the concept, you niggas are good. You know the concept now. That's just it. Not even what to do, just the concept that happens. You're good. You learned it. You magnetized it. Good job, niggas. You got the information. Good job. So you know when you die, this ain't it. That's all you got to know. This ain't it. This ain't I'm still, you know what I'm saying? I died. You know, they show movies where the person didn't know they died. Bruce Willis, Sixth Sense. That's a real concept. You know what I'm saying? He's living in the astral world, and because he doesn't know he died, he's in the same place. Some spirits go to the actual house. White people do that a lot. If they own a house, all they own is a house. They don't have ownership nowhere else in existence. So they haunt the house. So they're mad when new niggas walked in. It looks like they're knocking shit over, kicking shit over, and all this rest of this shit. But actually, they're saying, get out. What the fuck you doing in my house? The same way you would see an intruder. But since you don't know, it's happening every night. Watch Star Trek Generations, where in the story, there's a nigga who's trying to get into this place called the Nexus, right? The Nexus is the astral world. So he needs the right time, the right place to create the right explosion for the Nexus to open up for him to get in. He missed this opportunity at a certain time. So this shit is like a damn near like a supernova event. He has to find it in the universe, be there, be on point. So he's set up for it. The Enterprise, the new generation, Captain Picard runs into this bullshit. Gots to stop it. On the ship and was in the Nexus was the actress Whoopi Goldberg, who did appearances on the TV show because she loved Star Trek so much. She played a person called Guinan, who had all this wisdom and things, and you know what the fuck they was about. Now they did a little bit more on her. She was like, I was on the ship in the Nexus. Once you touch the Nexus, you don't want nothing else but the Nexus. It is anything in your mind becomes real. Remind me, they did this on an episode of the original Star Trek as well. One of my favorite episodes. Me and Dane watched it again. It was one of me and Dane's favorite episodes. We watched it again recently, and I'll tell you about it. So this is a concept that I guess Gene Roddenberry was really dealing with in the astral world because this came up. So the dude does open up the Nexus. John Picard is trying to stop him because by opening up the Nexus, creating this explosion, he destroys the neighboring planet. They're trying to stop it. So John Picard, so Guinan tells him about the Nexus. Once you get in, you ain't want to go. It's good. You feel, she's telling him, nigga, once you touch it, that's all you ever want. It took everything in me, nigga, this just to stand here right now because the Nexus is that fucking delicious. This nigga spent 30 years trying to get back in it. You ain't gonna stop him. So long story short, Jean-Luc Picard goes into the Nexus with the dude. Not with the dude. He's in the Nexus. He's feeling good. He wakes up. It's Christmas time with his family. Father, you know what I'm saying? Would you like some Earl Grey tea? He's like, yeah. Snow is coming down. Shit is looking. His wife is around. Ass is shaking as she walk by. All the kids is around. It's Christmas. Niggas is giving gifts. He's feeling good. He's like, ooh. Then he's getting in the mood. Let's get some eggnog going. He's singing. Then he's like, wait a minute. I'm in the Nexus. My idea of home. See, if I went to the Nexus, I'm recreating this. This is the happiest moment in my life. Khadijah's going to be there. My boys are going to be here. All our friends and family are going to come. We're going to do everything we're doing right now. If I was lost in the Nexus. Because I'm going to pick I'm going to say, well, where am I happy? This is my heaven. You following? But it's not, we're in the astral world. Me and Khadijah ain't finished our work yet. So we can't get caught there, or I can't get caught there in my illusion of my mind's version of Khadijah, who never argues, never complains, never do this, never do that. She's always smiling. Yes, Panny. Yes, Panny. She's washing the dishes naked. You know what I'm saying? All the shit in my mind that you would want an individual who's your slave, pretty much. Yeah, sure. You want tea? Sure. You want your slippers? You know what I'm saying? That's not real Khadijah, but that's what heaven would be. You know what I'm saying? I guess in a standard nigga's mind. So he's there doing that, but he catches himself. Remember, he's in a mission because what he found out was, and that's what makes it Generations, Captain Kirk was also in the Nexus stuck. And he had to get Captain Kirk out to help him go back in time to stop this dude, the Nexus, was able to do that. So Whoopi Goldberg comes in and stopped. He's in this Christmas mood. This ain't your house, nigga. You on here on a mission. So are you here? This is my same Matrix shit. This is my mental projection of what you see me as, and it is in your own mind trying to warn you that you're in the Nexus. Gave you all that Matrix shit. And he's like, okay, I got it. I'm up. I'll go find Captain Kirk. Now, Captain Kirk is on his ranch. He's on his horse. He's living it up. He's been in the Nexus in their timeline for hundreds and hundreds of years. Because Jean-Luc Picard is not the next they're the next generation, I believe, but I think they separate them more than just age. Like, they're like big time apart. So he never knew Captain Kirk. Captain Kirk was a legend to him. You know what I'm saying? Like legendary. But we know him because we watched the first Star Trek, right? So we know him, but Captain Picard, this is big. So he's trying to tell him the shit ain't real. You're in the Nexus, which he's really saying you're in the astral world. This ain't real. You're in the astral world. He's like, what? I got my horse. My wife's at home. Captain Kirk actually was living the same day over and over. Not even like days of heaven, like I would be here. Today we're going to do it today. The same perfect day he was living on. He went horseback riding. He couldn't jump the ravine. He came home. His wife cooked him eggs or whatever the fuck he was doing over and over. His wife was upstairs. So Picard is telling him, this ain't real, nigga. This is what happened, nigga. We thought you were dead, but you was in the Nexus and you stuck here and da 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 da. Captain Kirk eventually goes, wait a minute. I never was able to jump that ravine before with my horse, but I'm able to do it easy now. That's peculiar. Then he went home. He said, these eggs, so he's waking up, you know what I'm saying? And they got him out. Excellent understanding of how the astral world works. What dreams may come. Another excellent understanding of how the astral world works. Star Trek, the first season, perhaps the second, they land on this world. And everything they say or everything that occurred to them would happen. So they was like, wow, this reminds me of like Nazi Germany. Then they'll turn and then they'll see some Nazis. They'll be like, they don't know where it's coming from. And so they'll hide, like they don't know what world they're on. Then it's like, man, yeah, this world is so beautiful. Like the princess and the this and that. So they walk and they see a princess outfit and a prince outfit. Put it on, the regular. And so they starting to notice, one of them died. Then shit got real. Captain Kirk goes, this reminds me of my old homeboy Finnegan. He said, me and Finnegan used to scrap, you know what I'm saying? We was in college, going for the same good. So I was like, and Finnegan says, all right, Jimmy, my boy. They had one of the illest fights ever. That's why me and Dane like it. And he's stumping with Finnegan. He's like, how the fuck is Finnegan here? So in the end, it was a world they found out. As soon as they said something, it materialized. And that's how the astral world is. Whatever you think, materialize. In that movie, What Dreams May Come, that's what Cuba Gooding tells him. Ironically, here, whatever you think is how you make things happen. Because remember, you're in a world where you got to put boots to sand. You know what I'm saying? Boots the ground to get something done. So imagine you could think, I want a chocolate castle the size of a castle. And it's there. Nigga, you ain't trying to leave that. You think you're in heaven. But that's a part of the illusionary trick of this world too. You think you have it hard here, but then they show you a place where it's easy and you heard all about heaven down there. You think you have arrived. You're in the astral world now, baby. Shit is big. Chocolate castle, booyah. But it's still a part of the illusion. And it could have you traveling right back, and it will, to Earth again for another do-over. And you're the same. You get the baby brain, so you're ignorant trying to figure shit out. Then you find whatever Brother Panic is of that time. You find out whatever Brother Panic is of that time, and then that's the story of you again.
until you able to say, oh, that, like Captain Kirk said, this ain't real here neither. You understand what I'm saying? Now, you guys are probably in a position to do it because you're hearing the story. You understand? The story is the key. Just you knowing it changes the game. You know what I'm saying? Think about this. You fucking, you busting your nut, but the girl is looking at you like you crazy. Then you talk to your older cousin and he explains to you just one time what a clitoris is. And then the game begins. Following? So just by telling you what the clitoris is, it activated you. You didn't have to study it. You didn't have to go to Harvard. You didn't have to ponder on it like you were taught, like you think you were taught in public school. Just letting you know that's a clitoris. That's very sensitive for them. That's where the game begins for a lot of them. Start there. That alone. Oh shit. Okay. So just by me telling you, you're good money. Know that. So ancestors understanding more characteristic about the astral world now. Ancestors understood how to pimp it. Let's call them shamans or whoever was the elders who were running the culture knew how to pimp it. So from a child is born like Khadijah, they tell them all there is to tell about the history of their people. Then there's sacred altars and spaces. The Dogon have a whole cave with all the ancestors' heads in it, which means they're collecting altar symbols to create a place in the astral world, a home in the astral world, a heaven, a characteristic in the astral world, that when Khadijah is born, they told her about this place for so long, her mind has no choice but when she dies to go there. And just by her mind going to this place that was described in such detail to her as her next life, she's now a part of the ancestor realm that can be accessed because the Dogon have methods, because the characteristics they drew up for the afterlife is ensconced or ingrained in every other thing they do. So when Khadijah was alive, how she moved, a part of how she moved through the culture, how she was groomed through the culture, connects her to all the ancestors because they gave you a whole circle, a whole complete vision of your existence. They gave you the vision of your existence from birth to death as a human, and the vision of where you go afterwards. So by her having the vision and going there, the people who are alive have a place to access spiritually that's all theirs, that they could say, these are the Dogon ancestors, because they lived, acted, and thought a certain way and took death a certain way. So the Klingons in Star Trek, what would happen would be they would have this death place called Sto-vo-kor. And of course is actually made up off of Valhalla, which is the Norrish end or the Norrish death. So we'll use both. Sto-vo-kor, there's characteristics. They sing opera to you. If you were a good warrior, you can only get into Sto-vo-kor if you die an honorable death. So it means you can't punk out, can't negotiate your way out. You got to face that sword head on, and that will allow you into the Klingon heaven, Sto-vo-kor. So they gave him a characteristic. They gave him a goal. They gave him a whole life place to exist with a name. Now, it's still the astral world, but it's Sto-vo-kor in the astral world. So all of these Klingons are in this one place called Sto-vo-kor. How do I access my ancestors? If I'm a Klingon, I just call it by its name, Sto-vo-kor, because I was given a name. We were given a goal. So now I know where in the astral world the address is for the minds, because they are actually assembly lined minds. You're born, you live, you go here. You're born, you live, you go here. So in that part where you live, you need ancestral help. We know the name. We know where all our minds are going. Sto-vo-kor.
So therefore, that's why I can say ancestral. So now you have Norse mythology, which probably is the greatest for its display of purpose. White people without a purpose really took Greek mythology, copied it, and added more deities and described the psyche more, the head. That's actually perfect because the first people to deify everything and to deify something is to identify an energy and spiritualize it. So therefore, if I deify china cabinets in general, what I could do is set up an energy stream in the astral, because remember, everything happens from a thought or from the astral world first, and then it trickles down here. So it must exist in the astral world. You'll need to hear this for it to come here first anyway. So though it's a destination for your spirit, why do you go there every night when you dream? Oh, because it also is the first place that everything that happens down here must happen first. Know what we call that? A thought. You must think before it becomes, right? When you think, where do you think your thoughts are being arranged at? Now you got it, nigga. Now you got it. Your thoughts are being arranged in the astral world. You have to see that chocolate castle in the astral world first. I see me in the chocolate castle. And then eventually you do the things, put boots to ground. I live in the chocolate castle. You understand? Everything that exists around me here was also a thought, started with a thought. I say to myself, like, damn, I remember sitting with Dane. He said, what's your idea of, a success, nigga? And in a young age, my idea at the time said all the fucking fresh sneakers, my own house, a bad bitch that's like real cool with me, that we real chill, it's like a friend, all the clothes, and I ain't got to work for nobody. Then let me take a bow, nigga, because that's what happened. You know what I'm saying? But all of that was up here first. So that has to be arranged in the astral world for it to trickle down. That's the key. That's the key. Now, what the Egyptians did, understanding that, was say, to control the entire existence here, we have to give names to energies. So instead of trying to figure out love energy and the complexities of it, we just call it Oshun, or we just call it Aset. So we could say, I need more love. Aset, help me. But you're really saying, love, help me. So you're actually trying to call it from the astral world. But the problem is your conscious humanity is always trying to block it. You understand? It's just trying to say, I don't deserve love. Bitches don't like me. I'm clumsy. I'm not cute. My nose is too big. I'm getting too fat. Bitches don't like me. That's what this is saying, while your spirit is saying, but I still need love. So that's the fight. All right, so moving past that, if you're set up in the astral world, and it needs to happen in the astral world first. In fact, every time you go to sleep, you're actually asking a question. You're just ignorant of it most nights. Astral traveling, meditating, and that type of sleep work is actually just consciously asking yourself questions and putting yourself in directions to send your spirit and to get answers from your subconscious mind, your spirit, when you sleep, which you do constantly. That's what dreams are. Your subconscious mind speaking back in the language that it truly knows. Pictures, symbols. So it's speaking back to you, but we don't know how to decode or even the question we asked that the dream is answering. So we'll be like, that was a weird dream, but it was an answer because you get your answers from this realm, this astral realm, all day. And it trickles down to your humanity. All right. So the ancestor who, or the individual who lives, Khadijah, the young Mandinka maiden who needs a question, because thousands upon thousands have died with the same idea that she was trained with. And they're going into this place, Stovall or Valhalla. That's what I wanted to, okay, that's what I want to get to you to. I'll get to this thought, that I want to get back to that Greek thought I was thinking about. So Khadijah has this idea. She's truly in the position to ask the ancestors. Because when she does the work that the shaman says, this is how we talk to our spirits. You drink this, you go here, you do that, you give that, you do that. She's doing the same routine thousands of her did before. They're not trying to give her nothing new or popping. The routine works because the routine is a factory or a system. Born, middle, die, go here. Born, middle, die, go here. So she's in the middle with a question. How do I make licorice, nigga? Some nigga, so people say, nigga, we never made licorice, but we did have licorice. In fact, know how we know we had licorice? Because she's asking about it. Because remember, they're not really dealing with what's popping on the outside. This ain't like they on their phone and somebody said licorice. How do we get that? They don't know. They're in this closed environment. They interact with others and others' gods. They learn about each other's gods. The concepts are the same. They will see the commonalities the same, but then they go back to their own business, right? So she's asking about it. What's the best way to make it, or the best way to, or then maybe they all dealing with licorice, and she just wants to have a better crop. So if she does the spiritual work that's in the system of the Mali people, the symbols, the dances, the saying, or whatever, she gets to ask the question to the ancestors, which she 9 times out of 10 is truly asking ancestors, because she has access to thousands and thousands and thousands of niggas because of the system. So when niggas in America are going ancestors, nigga, they embalm you niggas. You niggas got 1,000 different mindsets. There's no one system that you're going to. 9 times out of 10, to be quite honest, you're talking to your relatives. You're not talking, and they're all your relatives DNA wise, but you're talking to your immediate relatives, your aunts and your grandmothers and your uncles, and depending on how deep you could get, a few niggas up, because niggas' minds are so different. You don't know where. There's no one place to go to get that. You're going all over the place. So you would have to be able to access all over the place. One nigga's a Mason. One bitch is a Christian in your family. One motherfucker was a goddamn Rosicrucian, not to mention what they were when they were slaves. You know what I'm saying? So something in them as slaves, a part of them is, fuck that nigga. I'm a real nigga. I still got to pick this shit up though. So something in them was mad while they was doing it. And you could contact that. That's an aspect of energy. But something in them still did that shit. You know what I'm saying? So that's there too. So in other words, in an accurate sense of the word, when we're now saying ancestors, you can say that, you know what I'm saying? But in the true sense of the word, you're more contacting relatives. Now, to get back to what I was saying, what Greek mythology did, because white people understood that they had nothing really spiritual to offer. First, let's go to Egypt. What the Egyptians did was deify everything. Can of Pepsi, Pepsida. So there's a spirit in Pepsi, and there's a spirit in Coke. So much so niggas like, I drink Coke. No, nigga, I don't like Coke. I like Pepsi. Even though it's all cola and it's all soda and it's all fucked up. But this is a spirit. This logo is a spirit. All of this blue can, the color blue of Pepsi is a spirit. Let me show you something. Know why it's a spirit? Because of this. Because I've actually bought, in antique shops, this shit from 70s, no 50s, no 60s. Limited edition sold. This was sold in the 50s throughout the 60s. This Pepsi. Look at the logo. See the same colors? See that shit? And of course it looks like this. And there's this on the back. Same colors. Same colors. The font has changed. The font has changed, but the color scheme is the same. This little blue swirl, that red and white, red, white, and blue. America, niggas. Ain't nothing changed.
What year is that one, baby?
This actually may be just the newer bottled ones that they sell. This is the one in Mexico. That's why I remember they had the Mexican sodas. So this is made in Mexico. I think this is made now in Mexico. It's one of the Mexican one in there. Same logo. Logo ain't going nowhere. That's mind control at its fullest game, my niggas. That shit reached and spans for you. This is iconic. Now, I don't even know why the fuck I brought all that shit up. I better move these.
Symbols, DT, Egyptians made everything.
Okay. Right. Let me put this back. So this is an energy. It's a system. It's a reality. It's all of those things.
Oh, that's not gonna be fun taking all that shit out, is it? So they're gonna help us.
You put them on notice.
Yep, last night, all of them. There's all three here.
Okay. Rashawn. Okay. So what the Egyptians understood of that concept, how Pepsi could be so ingrained in our head, and bigger concepts too, like love, anger, and this. So they made a name for all of that. That's deities. That's energy. You understand? All it is energy. That Pepsi is an energy. You understand? It's an energy. And it has a description. It has a character. They make commercials, so they give you a mythology. Pepsi, the choice of a new generation. They give you a buzz tag about it. You know what I'm saying? This is mind control at its fullest. All of it is mind control. So the Egyptians understanding that a blade of grass had a meaning. Every animal, a hippo meant this, and this meant that, and that meant that. They were meticulous at naming every energy. Job well done. So now people run with that. So the Phoenicians, of course, had Greek mythology, and I'm sure some of them older titans, and they told the story of the titans and the gods. And they told about the titans were the fathers and mothers of the gods. And the titans were locked in Tantarus, or Hades, or hell, or earth, in the astral world. And the gods reign supreme. So when you look at Gnostic mythology, they talk about the demiurge, that these lesser gods created this reality. When you hear Zeus fucking up humans, you get the true story. When you watch Clash of the Titans, the two new ones, when they say the humans stop praying to us and we're dying, this is because your anxieties as a human being and your ego as a human being feeds that demiurge god. It has many names: Yahweh, Jehovah, Yahi, Allah, and all the rest of the shit these niggas is worshiping, bowing down to, getting on their knees. Grown ass men. I see a nigga on the throne with no woman. That you see that in your fucking psyche. What he told me is about how he hates bitches, and he showed it, because I'm like, the shit he was saying was so stupid. I was like, well, why don't you let her hear it? No, it's between us. Because she, like, get the fuck out of it. So I think he was coming around to the Hebrew Israelite thing, but I left before it, that Uber guy. So I left before it, which is, they hate fucking women. You know what I'm saying? This nigga talk about sword sharpened sword. I'm like, nigga, I don't rub dick. You know what I'm saying? Leather sharpened sword too, my nigga. The fuck is wrong with you? I don't dick rub. Sure ain't sharpened sword, nigga. You will get cut fucking with me if you really want to know. But, I don't argue with humans, so I let that one go real quick. Now, you will have this in your mind, this particular dysfunction, because that's actually not from white people. White people are facilitating something. There is a actual energy that needs you to be human. That's what it's. Remember, I told you your ego was actually suppressed in your right state of mind, but we knew it existed just the same kind of way you may know a weird thing exists. You may be like, when I have sex, I love for women to tickle my nipples. You be like, I ain't telling niggas that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they be like, what? You a nipple tickler, nigga? You know what I'm saying? You like to tickle nipples? That's all good. They like, no, I like my nipples tickled. You would say that's something in my subconscious mind. You know what I'm saying? Let's say that was some real weird shit. You would have to say that's something in my subconscious mind. I want to try to understand it. So as a human, you go to a psychiatrist and he's telling you all of this shit about your past and your psyche and what tell me about your mother. Because remember, she's the first one that fucked you up. Tell me about your mother. So you're talking about it. Then all of a sudden he finds out there's a babysitter that used to play with you and tickle your nipples and you got hard. You're like, God damn, I hadn't thought about that for years because it was deep in your subconscious. But now that I know, I can work on this problem. You following? That's the whole point of going to a psychiatrist. So now, if you look at it from another perspective where there is no, Earth is like a psychiatry word for niggas. So we're saying this thing about survival. It keeps something that's happening with it, but it's deep in us. Because remember, we're not really scared. We live forever. So why are we worried about dying? Let's just say that, for example. Maybe we need to go to a place where you die. Or maybe we need to create a place where you die to see why we're scared of it and to actually overcome it, to learn about death, something that we can't experience. Or this fake idea, this idea of death is actually an illusion of death because we can't die. So if we can't die, we're still worried about the illusion of death that is possibly happening. Why? This is in our subconscious, we say. So now we have to make it all of our consciousness. You understand? That can't happen for real. So we have to create a movie, an illusionary matrix for us to live in and die in. So we can see what death feels like. See our mothers die. See our spouses and others die. So we can feel it and know, finally get the message, death is not the end. There is no end. Maybe that's all we're here to learn. There is no end. And then you graduate when I realize now, which makes me feel solid, there's never, ever a time I can be away from Khadijah. There was a time of worrying like, I may not be conscious. All these things come in your mind. May not be conscious. She may not be conscious. We may not find each other. It may just be the end. Maybe it's just Earth. Maybe you're androgynous. You think of all these things. But then I also think of and have to come to know, because that's really the fight, that there is no separation between us. And all the theories are there, because if my mind is all, if my mind is running it, and my mind is running this universe, the only person that could separate me and Khadijah is me and Khadijah. The only thing, entity, situation is me and her. Soulmates. Can't happen. Maybe these things are what you're supposed to realize. To actually understand what was in your subconscious mind, that we made a whole entire matrix to understand. And I want you to understand these differences. So now white people did a good job with Greek mythology, because what they added on was their reality. They are intellectual beings only. So a lot of the deities dealt with the intellect and ego very big with them. Narcissus, or whatever his name is, became narcissism. Psyche. They got deities called Psyche and all the rest of that shit. Now, some of them are based upon us, and you can link them to Egyptian deities. So the Egyptians remember, the Egyptians named everything, but they made it bigger because it was bigger for them. You understand? They have to reflect their reality, their psyche. So they actually did that, and a lot of that was intellectual deities. Now, when you go to Norse mythology, they took our mythologies, pretty much made them in poem form and took what they needed, but it was all ours. They collaborated a lot of things. So Odin is their Osiris. Odin goes into Odin's sleep, which they showed in the movie Thor. Odin has two hawks, and then Haru is the hawk. One of them, I think a crow took out his eye, so that's why he has the patch. Remember the blind Haru, and then you know what I'm saying. So all of these concepts are there. Thor, and they connect Thor to Shango, and Thor is still Haru. All of these things are there, and the lightning god, it represents Zeus. So it's collaborations. But what's interesting is their death. Because they were Vikings and a war people, they made just like what, I'm sorry, let me go back. The Cleons, who are a warlike people, their whole race is based upon the Norse people in Norse mythology and what we call Vikings. War like people, conqueror like people, pure blood driven, because the Germans are from Norway, Dutch. Norway, Dutch, and Swiss is where this mythology comes from. Those are the whitest white people in the world. Germany is a group of these Norse people that moved to where Germany is now. And this pure blood Aryan thing comes from Norse blood. So that's why they said white and blue eyes, because that they was trying to show from their motherland, which is Switzerland, Norway, and Dutch, that we're the purest of the Caucasus Mountain whites left, blonde and blue eyes, which are at zero birth rate, meaning they're not increasing, they're actually dying off. So they were going on that. Their end result is a place called Valhalla, where they eat in these halls, they feast, they fight, and they dine until they die. They get up and do it every day, because that's all it was about, eating and dying well. So the Vikings are the template for the Cleons. Die well, die with honor, and all that shit. That was who they were. And then the Cleons based their whole reality off on them. So they made a whole astral world, or concept of their astral world, or their heaven. You understand? That's the name of the game here. So when you understand that, you need to understand first how you speaking, what you speaking to, and what you're pulling from. Very important. Any questions on this foundation that we discussed so far? Anyone? Just wave your hand. There's a hand raising mechanism.
It's in,
Yes.
tell them to wave their cursor, go to, yours will say manage participants, theirs will say participant. Then it'll open up a box, and it'll show everybody that's there, and at the bottom, you can unmute or lower your hands, raise your hands.
All right. There's a
Move the cursor, shows the toolbox come up.
you can oh, wait a minute. You could allow these niggas to record this shit themselves?
You can do a lot.
No, I'm clicking on, because them niggas can record their own fucking shit. Look right here, sweetie. Come on this side. I mean, come here. No, you don't necessarily want to be on the camera. Look, when I clicked over it, I can allow them to record. So
yeah, but you would make them the host, though.
No. There's two different things. Make host, allow record. So it's not making them the host.
Okay.
It's just they're able to record. I wonder if there's one button. I'm gonna just give it to Eric.
Yeah,
Look.
See it then.
Okay. You look around. I'm gonna try to give y'all the ability to record this yourself. I'm gonna still give you this recording because of all that you already got. See if you can start recording this now, because I could do this. Okay, good.
They should see it pop up. Yeah, there it is. You can see it there.
Okay, so CJ Wiley, you're recording, right?
Yeah.
All right, good.
What they see at the bottom menu?
So yeah, okay. There's a couple of people. Look around. I'm giving everybody
the ability to record. So from now on, you guys could be recorded. I'm gonna tell you. Yeah, okay, y'all figuring it out. I see. Because is there all recipients, babe? Oh, wait. They're probably down here. Mhm. Okay, let's see. It says rename, mute, host me. It's just under more. No, it's under more.
But this is where their raised hands will be over here down at the bottom.
All right. Let me see. I'm clicking on everybody. A few people figured it out, it looks like. Oh, and some of it says forbid record. I don't see everybody. A lot of people ain't participating. I'm just going to make sure everybody. If you don't have the ability or you don't see it, you have to wave your hand. Okay, Nicholas has his hand up. I got you, Nicholas. Khadijah says it'll say participants. Click on participants and look around in there under your name, under the bottom. At the bottom, and it'll say raise hands and mute. So that's where you do that. Everybody has the ability to record. If you're not recording, it's on you. All right, well, that's good. That's good. I'm going to do that shit in my big class. Yeah, I wish there was, and I'm sure there is, a way to give everybody this fucking ability.
Well, that means you give them access on their bar to record. To
record. I mean, instead of going through one by one, give everybody the access. There's probably a button allow everyone to record. I don't see it in the setup. I don't mind going through it, but I would think maybe, yeah.
Ask them where they saw the record button. Is it in the? Does it appear on the bar?
I'll do it that way. I'll let them figure that shit out. If they can, they can. I'm gonna give them the recording anyway. All right, KTT. I'm assuming you have a question. He found how to raise his hand. KFTT, what up? You have a mic? Make sure your mic is on. Your hand is raised. You gotta get your mic. Up. No, he's unmuted, sweetie. I'm not that silly. Where's my man? Tai Chi, what up? Let's get you, Tai Chi. Hold on. All right, Tai Chi, what up? Your mic is definitely on. Mouth is moving, but there's no mic. No mic. You got a button to press? You on your phone? Oh.
Working. Is it? You hear me?
Got you now.
Okay. Yeah, I said I got the record option.
Oh. Let me see. Let me make sure I gave you. Yeah, I gave you recording option. You on your phone?
Yeah, I'm on my.
You might be out. You might be out that game. That's probably why you can't record it. You can't record this whole session to your phone. This might blow your whole phone, or they're assuming you can, because where's KTTF? That's probably what he's got his hand up about too. Let me see. Yeah, let me see. Make sure he's got. Yeah, he's probably on his phone too. Because I got 3 people, you 3, who are not recording. You're the only 3 who are not. So it must be a parent somewhere. So I think on the phone player, it ain't happening. But don't worry, I recorded it. You just got to get the Dropbox. So this allows you to not have to fuck with Dropbox. I'm gonna still put it up so y'all could get everything you missed anyway. So it's still going up anyway. So don't sweat it. That's probably what KT wanted. Hold on, let me see. KFT.
So we are on Overwatch duty for a convoy of narcotics has been taken.
You got hold up. You got to come closer to your microphone or something. I can't hear you.
Loads that would fire almost any gas
I can't hear you. KTF, I can't hear you. You got to figure your mic. Raise your hand when you fix your mic. I can't struggle with that. All right, so everybody got that. So when you die, here's the next phase we're going to. First, any questions on what we discussed? Raise your hand for that. All right, Nicholas. Yes, sir.
A lot of things, especially from the north side. I was reading more on the Irish side of things,
Mm-hmm.
and I was seeing a lot of the similarities in what you were always talking about. In Irish mythology, they talk about the Dagda, Balor, and all the niggas and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was just trying to relate it to my own personal self.
Right.
And I was reading The Power of Myth by Joseph Campbell. And as soon as I read that shit, I felt shit start happening.
Right.
Like I felt like I was in like a driver's seat. But on my own personal trust, from taking Khadijah's class and everything, analyzing this mother idea in me, because mine passed when I was young. And I've been basically running from woman to woman to woman ever since.
Okay. Good.
So
Good
my
observation.
whole fear was just being loved. So I came into the situation.
That's fucking, let me tell you, that is golden. You have taken our classes and did exactly what. It ain't about all that Osiris bullshit. It's really, I have a problem with love. It's really yourself. This is an inner work. It's a journey. I'm proud of that. Good. Excellent. Continue.
I was just running from place to place with women, and I came into a situation with him who was from fucking Virginia.
Right.
And one of the wife came out and she ended up walking across the street from my home, and it made me reflect on what you talk about, because I feel so many fucking similarities with you.
Excellent.
Similarities with you.
Good. No, it's all good. It's you supposed to. It's synchronicity. You one of the gods, so you from that same realm. It just may be, you may need to check into a lot of pan energy then. I would say that. If you feel similarities, then pan energy. Mm-hmm. What's that? Ah, okay. Nice. But see, yeah, that's like human. You know what I'm saying? The energy is the energy. I don't own that. You know what I'm saying? I'm just a manifestation of something that's greater. Why wouldn't you be the same reflection? It reflects itself in many different versions. You know what I'm saying? So it's not one thing or another. See, that's that YouTube bullshit. You know what I'm saying? I'm on YouTube. I did that. So since somebody did that and you want to be that, you got to argue with that or find conflict with that. We don't understand that we exist. We're all a reflection of the same shit. So you should be able, the true teacher or the true master that has returned should be able to be a self-contained entity reflecting something. And then the next nigga does never have to mention that nigger's name, because whatever he reflects, even if it contradicts under the same banner, it's all good. That's how complex we are as beings. We are complex enough to contradict and still exist in the same light. To be able to argue, you show you are fucking weak, punk, and a human being, no matter what fucking Osirian thing you repeat, which is nothing. See, they have nothing to teach from their perspective, so they argue bullshit. And bullshit you with words that you don't understand, thinking that they have something that you can't figure out. But all they really need to do is tell you what book they read until they have their own perspective on their study that can serve somebody for them to have self-realization. You are an excellent case of our scenario where you'll find out it ain't about Osiris, no flat fucking earth. None of that bullshit. The Mandela effect, all of that shit is trickery to study. You understand? What's really real is when you say shit like, because my mother passed, I found me going to woman to find love. That revelation within yourself now puts you back in the position to start dealing with the true science, which is love. You understand what I'm saying? To be able to say that to me is very fucking heroic. You know what I'm saying? So you ain't got to do anything else. You do what is come. So if you saying You found similarities or synchronicities, to be more correct, in the energy that I'm reflecting. That's worth probing. You understand what I'm saying? And it's clear, I'm a pan reflectionist in this particular life. But that's not, I'm the only nigga that's pan. That's a fucking energy. You know what I'm saying? That's not mine. You know what I'm saying? No more than pussy's mine. And I had some of it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying, you copying me because you want to get some pussy, nigga. Stupid. You know what I'm saying? Pussy's a universal entity, nigga, that can help us all. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure women feel the same way about dick. Some women like, nigga, you getting dick, you copying me? That's weak, beneath me, and for children. You know what I'm saying? Same way these niggas is trying to get likes on YouTube. Well, when that nigga said that, no, say what the fuck you got to say. Just it buys into people's lower natures, and it's there. Shit, nigga, I love to watch Love and Hip Hop, but I'm well aware it's lower nature shit. But actually, I need to be more honest with you. I study that shit because I study niggas' psyche. For instance, yes. I'll write it down for you. You need money? I got cash too. Suck it. Let me see. Oh, just pass my wallet. It's all right. Give me one second to make an order. I want 4 whole wings and fried rice.
You want to take cash?
Take cash out, yeah. Use cash. Cash.
Okay.
Yeah, put that shit back. I mean, Torrent fucked with my card, but you can take cash. I got a bunch of cash in there anyway that I could use. Fried rice, extra onion, large. Give him 60. See what happens. Tell that nigga bring with him change.
Sorry, y'all.
Guys, just gonna get some lunch, guys, while we talk. Large sweet and sour sauce.
Yeah,
right. Is it? Oh, it's 4. Okay, here's my order, babe. All right. What were we saying? So, what were we saying, Nicholas? No, what was I? I was in the middle of telling you something. No, there was something in particular I was about to say. What was I just talking about, Khadijah? I was about to tell you some fly shit. Oh, fucking Kanye West, nigga. That's what you're supposed to be on. What I realized by studying the psyche of that, what was happening, and the spirit, then I consulted the spirit. The spirit cleared it up for me. Kanye West made that statement. George Bush does not like black people, and they killed his mother. After that is actually when he went crazy. He's standing in front of Bush because psychologically he's trying to make amends. And so he's standing in front of Trump. I love you. You're the greatest. Make America great. He's trying to redeem himself by talking great about the president because he actually feels that he killed his mother. I asked the spirits. They said, yes, he's feeling guilty. And psychologically, he feels that he killed his mother. So if he makes it better with the president, he can make that better. So you're the greatest, you're the best. He doesn't know he lost his mind. And even if you go the other way, MK Ultra, and they slipped him a pill and they're doing brain frequencies, they're doing it because he said that shit, and they're punishing him for that. And they're making him do that because, you know what I'm saying, just to embarrass him for saying how he embarrassed Bush. George Bush does not like black people. George Bush even said, they said, what's the worst thing about your presidency in an interview? He said when Kanye West says George Bush doesn't like black people. He wasn't saying, listen closely, George Bush wasn't saying, I'm so hurt that he feels I doesn't like black people. You see, I was fucking, what was her name? Condoleezza. That was my hoe. What he was really saying is that's the only thing that got me. And them niggas don't stay got. He was saying, what's the worst thing about your presidency? When Kanye West said we like black people, I don't like black people. He was saying when that motherfucking nigga did that trick and fucked us up. He stood right out of the mind control. He was in a place where mind control reigned supreme. Happy niggas reign supreme. And that nigga looked like it. Black people pay attention now. And just gave it to him. So he's trying to make amends for that. That's how the psyche works. So why are these niggas on YouTube arguing? They're trying to be famous. It's so pathetic. It's actually pathetic. They know most black people like yourselves are not going to be into a lot of fancy pants words. I've read all the fancy pants book and could give it to you. I'm giving you a real work. Because after reading all the fancy pants books, I realized it's not about all that information in fancy pants book. You do need to go through that. But it's what happens internally that matters. So when Nicholas says what he's saying, that's what matters. I guarantee you that. You must go through your information phase. Learn what you need to learn. And learn how your spirit teaches you to learn. But when you sit there on YouTube and just repeat book information, you understand what I'm saying? And you say it in a certain kind of way that's exciting. I'm saying, nigga, I'm one of the niggas that started excitement on the internet, ranting wildly, and then getting attention for it. Nigga, I showed how that process was actually worked, but the thing is, I gave you something that you can use when I did that. I didn't just get you excited, you walk away excited and know nothing, but you like me, like a preacher. So when by the time I'm going for popularity clicks, arguments, and debates, what I'm actually doing is trying to get you excited like a preacher, but you actually walk away with nothing. You walk away believing in what you believe, no new information. Tell me the books you reading. You didn't just come here with this and know it. So give me scholarship. Where did you read it from, nigga? Why do I have to trust you as the source of this information? Give me your source. See, they don't want to give you their source because what they're not giving you is their divine or even intellectually inspired interpretation of that information. They're just pimping information that they're able to have the fortitude that you may not to read, to sift through, to be able to regurgitate it to you. So you think you're getting knowledge from him, but he's just repeating a book. I will get a book, read the information, and then I will go on sometimes half an hour conversations for us to give my interpretation of a general perspective, a way for you to get in to have your own realizations. So you become your greatest hero. So even as Nicholas, as he's saying all of this has happened to him, I would say you're welcome in the context, but really the credit goes to you. This is your story. This ain't my story. This is your story. So you living out your story, you know what I'm saying? You living out your story is the object, point, and reason for this whole thing. Someone like myself needs to be a tool. And the perfect tool or the perfect teacher of anything is someone walking in it, doing it with you. So I've done the spiritual work. I've known I've been through this. In fact, before I was doing spiritual work, I was fucking with spiritual hoes and was getting true spiritual readings from real niggas, not them cowrie show niggas. I used to shit all over them. Nigga giving you straight Ifa readings made and done in Nigeria from all that shit you niggas is worshiping and giving you real shit, telling me why I was here before I even knew. You will teach thousands. And I'm looking at him going, teach them what? How to do computers? Because that's what I was doing. You will write and then you will teach. He's telling me all this shit that actually came to pass. So now that I was able to do the work myself and find out, I know where I'm from. I know what I was doing before I got here. I seen worlds where I was from, worlds that I built, worlds of true, crystal cities, all that good shit that we talked about. And I was asked to come down here a lot. And even that reading, we said that you were asked to come down here. You were in the higher realms. And because I wasn't wearing all that white and shit fucking his daughter, none of them like me. It's like a Jewish woman bringing a nigga home to her old Jewish parents. They was shitting on me every chance they got. So his eyes lit up. You from the higher realms. And I didn't even know what that meant at the time. All right. But he was excited. He said, you've done this all before. He said, someone asked you. So when I was able to channel, which is what I'm trying to get y'all niggas to do, that's the end result of this class. When I was able to channel, I found out it was Bobby who asked me ferociously to come down here and teach. Ferociously. That's why it was Bobby Hemmett that kind of, without me even thinking about it, knowing he was passing the baton. Because before he got sick, he didn't lecture for 2 years. And he was telling me I've said everything I needed to say at this moment. Now, he may come back, may say, he may feel the spirit is wild like that. We chaos beings. You never know. You know what I'm saying? My thing is, don't bet the farm on it. You know what I'm saying? Hold on, TJ. Read my order, nigga. Come here, nigga. Say it. And what else? Oh, I would have been so livid. I'd have been livid if that didn't happen. That's that go back to the store shit. So that's why I was making sure, player. Thank you. So what was I saying? What was I saying? Nicholas, you bad at that. At that, what the fuck was I saying shit? What the fuck was I just saying shit? Huh? This one word is all I need. Nigga, you tell. Okay, I think I. Well, say it. Yeah, I'm clueless at what I was talking about. Nigga, you way too far. Oh, okay, we had our turn. You went too far back. Yeah, I was talking about a whole different thing. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We just have to understand what we're seeing, what we're accepting as teaching. It's really just egos and information masquerading as deep, heavy science. No one needs to lead you. I don't need to lead you. I need to activate you. So you need to, all of you niggas, everywhere. If someone's not doing something to activate you, they're bullshitting you. Or you need to see it for the entertainment value of it. It may be intellectual entertainment, you understand? But nonetheless, it's intellectual entertainment. In this particular day and age, we are chaos beings, we are updated. And see, the gods move in context. Flunkies move with systems. Did you hear me? Gods move in context. Flunkies move in systems. So if a nigga is adhering to any system, you're a fucking flunky. You may be a nice nigga. You may be a very intellectual nigga. You may be a good-hearted nigga with all good intentions. But real talk, from the spiritual world, you're a flunky. The gods move in context. And the context of today is not initiation. It is not religion. It is self-saving. It is self-transformation. Nigga, it's alchemy time. Alchemy time. You understand what I'm saying? It's alchemy time, nigga. It's not time for praying the nigga. Time out for that shit. And even if the nigga's on YouTube, stop praying to his funky ass too. He's a tool, and he should be giving you, if he's here to give you information. I was talking about Bobby Hemmett was the one who asked me here. So I know why the fuck I'm here. I did this work. And I'm trying to give y'all the tools in this class. The tools in this class for y'all to be able to do this work. You understand what I'm saying? You need to find out for yourself. You don't need to find out for me. You don't need to make me more popular for you to find out. I'm popular enough, nigga. You know what I'm saying? I'm good enough. It's really on you. So, Nicholas, when you find, because really in the end of this shit is about love. Bobby Hemmett is a nigga who wanted to know. So far, he took himself to the brink of death and came back. Do you hear me? That shit wasn't no, I didn't eat all my spinach. First of all, strokes come from more stress than your diet. So it wasn't like he didn't eat all the spinach, he stroked out. Nigga is stressed out from niggas over the years or whatever. But it was real spiritual because, like I said, the Bobby Hemmett that we all know from is gone. I tell you, I was talking to him, and it's gone in a weird way. It's like an aspect of his personality is not here, but it's the same Bobby. You follow what I'm saying? Same funny nigga, same thing. You have a question, Nicholas? All right, what's that? Uh-huh. Right. Oh, that's right. I remember that. Phil, you were the one that said Phil, brother Phil told me. Right. That's interesting. Mm-hmm. Really? Well, how so? Just curious. Oh, really? That's nice. That's real good. Oh, okay. Right. Good. No, just want to know. Right. Excellent. That doesn't even come up. That doesn't even come up. The more aggressive. Listen, if you talking to the real niggas offering classes for this information to train you to be whatever, nigga, you God. You God, motherfucker. Ain't no dick hug. That don't even come into the equation, my nigga. Dick hug niggas like to click like on YouTube. You understand what I'm saying? That's a dick hugging nigga to me. Or to even want to have a fucking comment. Like, do you think I'm going to have time to go on any YouTube page and just give them a piece of my mind? How dare you say that the earth is flat, nigger? What is wrong with you? This is what's wrong with Egyptian people today. They think anything that, nigga, you don't know what this is. You don't know if you're on a flat ground or whatever. That's the reality of it, motherfucker. I don't give a fuck anyway. I'm going to get off of Earth. Know what I'm saying? Who cares what this is? So to sit there and do that, either for or against, that's dick riding to me. A nigga who takes a class to try to get information from proven motherfuckers, I've been around 10 years, my nigga. That ain't by no accident. That's because I've given people shit that works for them. For them. For them. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, this nigga, and that's another thing. They're trying. Let me get. Hold on. You just brought up another thing. Like they're doing this to the black man again. Bill Cosby been an agent, admitted boule agent since whenever. Let's say he didn't do none of this shit. The spirit took his ass out. That nigga been giving you human morality since the 70s. First of all, he's the first nigga that's not on a sitcom on TV. How the fuck did that happen in a show called I Spy? Do you know that his password to get in the fucking I Spy was boule? He's admitted boule from Philly. Yeah, and In the 70s, he gives niggas this moral cartoon. How the fuck is this happening? Called Fat Albert in the game. Every fucking show, that's why you don't steal. That's why you don't rob. That's why niggas talk like this. And niggas act like... It was a whole blueprint of niggas. This is how you act so white people like you. Right. Don't be a nigger. Be like this, and whites you will get out the ghetto. Then he gives you the Cosby Show, and then this nigga lost it. First of all, the percentage was never recorded. When he did A Different World, which was him, that motherfucker, 30% of niggers, some old ridiculous number, went to college. Unprecedented. So he sent you to your fucking enemy to be educated. And purposely, this is a thought out, boule, secret society mission. That's what Obama is. That's what all of these dainty niggas that you look up to be, starting with even that movie was all, if they weren't called a boule, they were the idea of Marshall, the one that nigga did, the lawyer. What's his name? Marshall. I think the shit was called Marshall. Chadwick, that new nigga, the nigga who did Panther did it. Chadwick Boseman, about Thurgood Marshall, I think. Yeah. The court. He showed Zara Neale Hurston and all these fancy niggas in a time where you niggas was still picking cotton. Why were they fancy? In fact, when niggas was still actually picking cotton, W.E. Du Bois and all them niggas was standing up there with them. It became that idea in which Bill Cosby was. Don't burn it down. Just get with them. Be with the king. Be with them. Let them know they're the king, but you're comfortable. Your son's name is Theo. Thaddeus. Yes. Dagmus. No Raheems, no Shamels. Dagmus. Nigga, what nigga you know named Dagmus? That's saying we're non-threatening. You should like it. His son's name is Theodore Aloysius Huxtable. Fuck you, nigga, for that. You know what I'm saying? He should go for that, nigga. Niggas was screaming this nigga was an agent, boule, and all the rest. And he is. All the rest of that shit. When he left in 1993, he thought he set the precedence for how niggas should act. And then they came out with this nigga named Martin Lawrence, Def Jam. And he went a minstrel show, coons and fuckery. And it was minstrel show, coons and fuckery. There was some talent in there that was a little bit above the board. But at the same time, here he go. Then he goes away because niggas don't understand the concept of being an icon. You know what I'm saying? Seinfeld understood it. So when that motherfucker said nigga, he didn't wait for that just to go away. That nigga was on David Letterman with that nigga apologize. Yeah, and they did Curb Your Enthusiasm to soften that blow. And he said on there, because in the show in Curb, matter of fact, like George was based upon the writer Larry David. Everyone always knew that George was based upon him. So Curb Your Enthusiasm was pretty much George's show. He just went full George on you. So they did a thing where the character who played George was going to quit. They brought the whole cast back together. First of all, it was genius getting the Seinfeld cast back together after 10 years for those who were a fan. That alone is genius of Larry Davis. So they had to deal with the nigga shit. They dealt with it so fucking hilarious, no nigga would even be mad at that shit. So it softened the blow and made it comedy. Good job. But within it, in the show story, George Costanza, the character, says, I don't want to do it. I'm quitting. So Larry Davis says, I could play him. It was me anyway. So they're trying to do a scene, which they set up the set again and him playing the role. Jerry Seinfeld goes, man, that shit ain't working. It's fucked up. He said, why? I could do it. He said, no. And he pointed. He said, icon. And that man who left, icon. So I already was saying it. I already knew it. But in that fucking show, he reiterated what psychologically they understand to be. Why do you think Jerry Seinfeld ain't in all these fucking movies, which he could have easily done? His show is so legendary, and in residuals makes so much he doesn't have to do absolutely nothing but drive around drinking coffee with comedians. Yeah, but talking on a movie. We talk about in an action movie, getting some pussy, trying to do it. That's death. B movies is funny. That's for fun. But actually he's doing some shit on Netflix, driving around drinking coffee, just interviewing niggas. He could do all of that. But if Kramer scars it with nigga, all the places that plays his show over starts pulling out. That's what happened to Cosby. That's where the money stops. So not only does he understand the money, he understands the power of that show being forever based upon their icon status. You can't scar it. So that's why none of the other actors hardly work. The Julia Louis-Dreyfus works, but she managed to do that. People still think George is George. George just did a KFC commercial. The character played George. But he's doing George as he plays the cat, eat the chicken and all of that shit. And I'm like, wow, that's how iconic that is. And they can't get it. Kramer will never work again. Not because he said nigga, because he's Kramer. When he's on stage trying out comedy, they go in Kramer. That's what fucked with him. Do Kramer. So they fucking with him like they know him from Kramer, and he just lost it. We used to eat you niggas. You know what I'm saying? He did a riding around episode with Jerry and brought up the nigga shit. And, you know, he looked ashamed. He looked truly ashamed. And he said, I lost it. Da, da, da. He said, but what I appreciate was through the whole thing, you stuck by me. You know what I'm saying? Blah, 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 blah. So they knew to deal with that. So when Bill Cosby gets up after he does the same thing, America's favorite dad, all he had to do was sit the fuck down. Shut the fuck up. Claire is working, but she's still Claire in every fucking movie you ever seen. Shit, she's still trying to get out of it. That's why she's playing rough. And what's his name? The kids don't really work. The one who can work, because you don't even see it as the same person, is Rudy. Because Rudy was a kid, and now she's a little woman, so niggas is looking at ass and tits. When I don't even see the same individual. Or the other little light-skinned girl. You know what I'm saying? I don't even see them as the same people. Now, Theo barely works. He had it for a minute. But that's obvious shit. You know what I'm saying? That's just obvious. Nobody watched that. That was just on. If you liked, Theo just was a safe thing for Eddie Griffin. Follow what I'm saying? So Eddie Griffin was the new star, possibly, because he wowed him at Def Jam, but he turned out to be a flop. So put somebody safe, a sitcom face. Easy to get that work. Later on, Cosby, she was a personality. She's the same actress and everything. Okay, girl, hey girl, honey. She was damn the same thing. Y'all ain't talking about Mr. Clark when she started. She was the same motherfucker. Now you go to the other side. He did Joshua. He did something with Luke from 90210. Excellent movie to get together. Both two had their turns come together. Jeremiah was called. Didn't happen. He was trying to get behind the camera. Didn't happen. So you see him show up once in a while. He was in a movie, got killed in a couple of movies real quick. But that's it. You expect that from him. Tempest Bledsoe, nothing. Lisa Bonet, because she was cute and a rebel, but still, her daughter actually filled in what Lisa Bonet was supposed to do. She looks the spitting image of her. Everyone don't even really know her parents, really. They kind of, Lenny. I talked to niggas that age, Lenny Kravitz, her parents. Some of them more know Lisa Bonet. She's just a face. She's beautiful. So her daughter looks the same. Her daughter's the younger version, eating of what Lisa Bonet should have been doing in her prime time. Could have been doing. Huh?
Yeah.
She's what? She's with Aquaman now. So she's trying to find good dick. She don't even give a fuck. So, but she did her first movie, which was Angel Heart, where she sold nudity. So she set a precedence that fucked her up. Even Bill said, don't do it. So Bill, when she did it, showed her titties, scarred it. That's a boule no-no. He kicked off the show. Then he created a different world for her. Then she eventually came back. He was in. But see, here's the grimy shit. If you watch, which I have, the first season of Cosby on DVD, where they do the extra and the whole DVD extra, They say absolutely nothing about her character. Impossible. Yes, like that shows the griminess of it. They mentioned her name once, so which means they did show Olivia, but they didn't show her husband neither. Nothing associated. Did you know Cockroach left the show? He told Bill Cosby, "Cut your hair. I don't like that hair. It's getting too cold for Martin. He's Cockroach. Cut your hair. I don't like that shit." I watched it all later. I watched all that shit later. I study all of that shit. I gotta study it. That's what Bobby showed me how to change my mentality with that. You gotta study. Look at it like you're studying. Because niggas start feeling guilty. No, study. I watch the psyche. I watch how niggas act. Go ahead, brother. Mhm. Mhm. Right.
A guy like this cheating off of me. I just
Right.
got out of a fucking situation
Right.
where my former best friend and ex were really the ones fucking with me the most.
Right.
And the only way I picked up on it is fucking watching Love and Hip Hop Hollywood. I've been always watching all of that shit because I was always watching Flavor of Love in '08 and shit because that's when I was in fucking high school.
Gotcha.
And so I'm always watching this reality TV. And the more I'm listening and studying and shit, I'm like, this is what the fuck is happening around me. And I'm watching that hot Love and Hip Hop Atlanta.
Okay.
And I'm looking at the Lyrica bitch, and I'm like,
Right.
this is just fucking me. What the fuck am I doing?
Let me tell you, that's a terrible thing to live because that motherfucker, that motherfucker.
Because this nigga's a real down ass nigga.
Who? That nigga with the who's the down ass nigga? Who? Well, he's down for her. I thought you meant like a real nigga, because that nigga on black nail polish, my nigga. There ain't nothing down about that. But down for her, he is. Yeah, she get another. She get another dick. She get another dick. I mean, that's the name of the game. All the shit is meant to confuse you and keep you entangled in it. The idea is to divorce yourself from it. You know what I'm saying? To divorce yourself from it. And that's what we're doing here. So we're gonna go into the next. We actually haven't even started class yet. Because it's real simple to get down to it. So the first thing we're going to study, what are spirits? So spirits are your relatives. Spirits exist in the astral world. Spirits can be thoughts. Depression is a spirit that exists in the astral world. If you keep saying you're depressed, you're actually calling on it. You're actually calling on it. So all of these things, these thoughts, all these things exist in the astral world. So what you guys now have to become is astral world pimps. There's ways to access it. Now, if you took my class, altars, chakras, candles, fairies, and all the other shit we went through is ways to access it. I'm going to give you more right to the point in this. That's what I assume. The things that you need to sharpen to access it well is what this class is about. The things you need to get up is what this class is about. So these are things you have to know as a core. What are spirits? You need to look at relatives. And because they're on that side, they are now energy. And they probably are the ones that are going to help you survive this. As opposed to, let's say, Lakshmi for prosperity. Lakshmi is a energy concept of prosperity. But prosperity is such a wide and bold thing. There's prosperity in love, prosperity in work, prosperity in business, prosperity in peace. You know what I'm saying? So Lakshmi is a concept of energy bigger than fucking dollars and cents. Because all niggas know is dollars and cents. Lakshmi is the way to get money. What a petty way to take a concept that's bigger and then just streamline it down to some humanity. The ones who know how to get money, for me personally, was my nigga KL. He was a 100% grinder. But as he dies in his spirit, because we all gods, he is a god just like Lakshmi too, but he's more streamlined in his understanding of what it is to pay mortgage, of what it is to pay a gas bill. He understands it. Therefore, he's in a better position than Lakshmi to help me get some money. So as I sacrificed by when he passed, him not being conscious, putting him on, I got him out of the astral world and handed him off to older gods who got shot that he knew. Interestingly enough, he was in a group, my boy KL, called Screwball. I found out later that Screwball was actually named after a nigga in my hood who got shot at 23. I knew him as Green Eyed Lou because Green Eyed Lou was a young friend of mine. I didn't know his street name. He was younger than me. So them guys were more closer to his age, so they knew what they called him in the street, Screwball. So I didn't know that was him the whole time. So at this time, I was selling porno. So the whole time me and KL is hanging around porno, around bitches fucking, we yelling his album, his group name, Screwball, get the album, Screwball, just by bitches, just doing it. So Lou came through, told me that, nigga, that shit woke me the fuck up. He told me a whole story. He was stuck on the astral world because everyone, when he died, Lou having green eyes, they was like, God damn, all the pussy that he missed out. You know, a green-eyed nigga is a delicacy in the hood. So all the pussy he missed out. So he said that trapped his energy here. See, that traps his energy because he doesn't know how to use his mind to get out. So he's on the astral world fucking everything. I didn't miss out on no pussy. He's living it up. Eating ice cream, he's what they call a lost boy. Peter Pan is a lost boy. Peter Pan is in the astral world where you can live forever. Captain Hook is trying to get him the fuck on. Captain Hook is actually the hero of the story. He's Kronos. He's Saturn. He's trying to take you through the gateway back to the world of the real. The world of the real is through Saturn. The Saturn is the pineal gland. They said when you illuminate it, it has a ring like Saturn. Following? That's the home. That's the way, the true home. Through that sun is ancestor. That's illusion. You can get ancestor information through light. Ancestors speak to you generally through the sun. They use light as a vehicle. That's why melanin comes to the surface and you get a tan. The melanin is actually receiving the message in you. As it protects you from the UV rays, it's actually absorbing information. It's absorbing unconscious collective information. That's why niggas move in trends. That's why we all say lit now. And no one is no longer. The sun told us not to say turn up. Even though a lot of these old motherfuckers ain't get the message. I'm turned up. That's old now. Certain shit lasts forever. Chill out, nigga. Some shit don't last forever. Catch you later. I'm eating a potato. 23 skidoo, nigga. Nigga, that was hot slang at one point. Watch the honeymooners, nigga. It's in the reference. He's like, what do you know, Daddy-O? Imagine if I called you Daddy-O. You would think that's a homo reference. But that's what niggas call niggas. Like what up, Thun? What up, Daddy-O? Yo, what up, Daddy-O? What you know, Daddy-O? The sun told niggas to say that at one point because that frequency was actually communicating. You can communicate on that. So all the slang we do, the dances that catch on, I'm not sure about the nay, but it is what it is. But you know, all of that is through the sun. To go home, through Saturn, they'll say. So Saturn, and they'll say you're taking your boat. That's why the Egyptians had boat. That represented your soul sailing across what you needed to sail across the waters of noon back to your home to meet the sun god. So they'll say in a cult, they said the sun used to be Saturn panic. They would ask me that. Yeah, because this represents the true sun. It's a representative of the Sirius sun. You get what I'm saying? The Sirius sun. And there's no Saturn with rings around it out there. They're getting that from occult science. They're getting that from your pineal and telling you there's a planet with rings around it. This planet with rings around it means to be the central sun. The rings are meant to be universes around it. How many universes? 72. And actually, there's duality, right? So what's 72 plus 72? 144 saved, nigga. That's your pineal gland illuminated, and you rescuing the universe in your own mind. That's out of here. That's Chronos. And that's represented as you sail in a boat. They showed that in Pirates of the Caribbean #2. Number three, where they showed them actually the cosmic sky and the boat going across. Then they tell you about turning upside down and the green light that opens up. But isn't there a green light of Osiris? Isn't he the green man? Well, shit, you ain't got to guess. You go right here. This is Osiris. This is Osiris. And I don't know if y'all can see it, but why is his face green? Why is Osiris the green man? First of all, Osiris is the older Pan. Haru is also a copy, another Pan, the child. So Osiris, the green man, you ever see what they show you as the Aurora Borealis? The Aurora Borealis, they tell you, well, the sun is coming down and it's hitting at the northern lights and it's creating this green light system. But the reality is there's a green light coming out of the earth going up. Though that's called in Egypt Amun-Ra, the hidden sun, or Osiris, Lord of the underworld. And he shoots off a green light. So they told you in the movie to switch realities. You must go upside down either at dusk or dawn. Khadijah does it where she tells you dusk and dawn in your class, or particular gateways you can walk in and out of every fucking day. Either in the morning, right when you know dawn is happening, or at night, some of the best when that sunset. So sunrise or sunset is dusk and dawn. They said when this happening, there's a green flash, the Osiris, and that's how you get in and out of this world. Out of Davy Jones' locker. It's also in her book. You get it out of Davy Jones' locker. That's where he was going. So that green thing is also represents what's the true inner world. There's no there could be a hole and a bunch of motherfuckers live in the earth, but this is the true hidden God. Right here, your heart. This is the hidden God. Also, subconscious mind. What you think, your conscious mind is your brain and your ego. Your heart is, they tell you your heart is your true mind. That's the representation of the Osirian subconscious mind, the sleeping God. Niggas ain't ready. Sleeping God. So, I don't know what the fuck I was talking about, niggas. Yeah, that, but why I was talking about it, I guess. So, relatives and spirits. So, okay, so KL, Lou, who has passed, Green Eye Lou has passed away, said, when we kept saying screwball, screwball, screwball around all that pussy, he said he woke up and it brought him out of this astral world into a greater reality. It was the push he needed. Good job, done. You're welcome. KL, and I only contacted Lou because KL called me and told me the story about Screwball being Lou the whole time. He said, well, you didn't see his picture? I said, actually, y'all gave me a copy without artwork. So I'd never seen it with the artwork. So now, that was like a Thursday he called me. I had dinner with Dane. As I'm telling Dane the story that I contacted Lou and what Lou told me, Chronos, and you know, I explained Peter Pan is actually an asshole. He goes to the astral world, goes get Wendy from the real world. Chronos is trying to kill him to get him out of this fucking illusion. He's like, no, I want to stay here forever and be a lost boy. So a lost boy concept is you in the astral world not knowing who the fuck you are. That's what a lost boy is. Now, remember, we never grow up, we never do this, and blah, blah, blah. So now, let's go to the other side of this thing, where I was trying to go was, so Captain Hook is the man, actually. He's scared of time, the clock, and he's scared of getting eat into the reptilian body, which means your kundalini getting eaten or trapped into the human body. So he's scared to death of that alligator and them clocks. You know what I'm saying? So Peter Pan wanted to live in this fantasy world with mermaids and fairies and Native Americans. Now, what you need to see, oh, fuck. And I just, what did I do? Did I buy it or download it? There's a Peter Pan version from Europe. By the next class next Saturday, I'll find the name for you guys. They drop on this. They make it science. He's in Europe. He's down with Hook. That's his man. He's stealing for Hook. So they're trying to steal this one piece that brings you out of this world, this gateway. If you touch it, a drop it or something. So Peter and his team do it. They in this world. So long story short, that nigga tell him, yo, you in the center of the universe where all time steps still. We call it Never Never Land. They was banging in this motherfucker, like the science. And it was 2 shows. Y'all I'll get the name for you next week. So they're telling you what it is. Astral world. This is like purgatory, niggas. It ain't hot. It's only where you make your next choice. Am I coming back or am I moving the fuck on? I had a stepbrother named Pumpkin. That nigga said, see you, nigga. I'm gone. So I deal with his spirit, but he's not back. He's not coming back. My father, I'm like, here, let's get it out. I'm going to do the same thing I did for KL. Get you the fuck up out, nigga. That nigga said, no, I'm coming back. I'm going to build a house here. I was with him building his house. I was going to see his house. And it looked retarded, like his house would look. But it was real. And he told me about us. Told me we made agreements for him to be my father, beat my ass. He told me something that was real profound. Wasn't that I didn't know was true, or we couldn't figure out was true, really. White people would talk about it, that there's a federation. So much so that Gene Roddenberry talks about the Starfleet Federation, this unified beings that come to, well, in his world, unified planets come together and they have a certain work. Not so much to police the galaxy, but to keep a kind of order in it. You know what I'm saying? And it's the same thing. That story has been told before in Star Wars. The Jedi was to keep order and balance in the universe. But but they classify as the dark side of the Force is working with the rebellion. So the rebellion is just the Nazi party, but using dark magic. That's why Darth Vader's on the team. See, the Darth Vader and the Sith is on the team, and they're actually running the rebellion, but the rebellion is just day-to-day soldiers doing their job. So it's just they're bringing, and this is bringing balance out of the Force. That's not the true story, because remember, Anakin turns dark, then turns light again. So that's actually the true story, but they're doing it through things that are war and we're familiar. But let's focus on the Jedi and their role, because the Jedi was always suppressed in these movies. The Jedis are trying to come back to bring balance to the universe. So they represent the spiritual team of all worlds coming together. So that's a real thing. Now, you would hear in these Palladian books, we're the Palladians and the evil Syrians, because black people claim they was from Syria, white people claim from Pallades. Not true. Because in fact, I found out that's where I was chilling at. I'm from Ceres, but was in Pallades because Pallades is where jazz is born. So it's the study of chaos, the 7 stars. You know what I'm saying? The 7 Orishas, all that shit's from there. So that's a study place, a place to like get in the moment. They kind of showed you what it's like in a certain kind of way in Star Wars. Remember, they were all being entertained by this big ball of energy. They were in like Congress quarters, and there was this big ball. It was just this energy, and who became the emperor before he was the emperor. He was sitting there, he was talking to Yoda. They was watching it like it was an opera or something, but it was this big ball of energy. That's kind of what it's like. We create energies, and to study it and probe it, and then say we might need to go deeper. And then we become humans to understand this energy, let's just say called death. That's an example. So they was looking and studying and being entertained by just energy. They was trying to show you what this shit was all about. Energy, light. There was this light that was in this configuration, which it was saying, I exist because I'm congealed into this. Even though it's a chaotic formation, it's still this chaotic formation congealed, which means in that light thing, there's a universe. There's thought, there's thinking, and then in its ball of light that they were watching in Star Wars, there may be what we define like as human beings, which is a dream to that thing. That's how that thing thinks. So we're in an energy ball, and our humanity is how we think. But it's all still the one energy ball, the one source. So when you're tired of thinking that thought, you leave it. If you're stuck on a thought, like the same old person who's sitting around saying, can't touch this. Nigga, you stuck on a thought. That's the same as a human being being stuck in the circle of time. Being stuck in the astral world, being born. In the astral world, being stuck on a thought, nigga. And that's what you came to get out, nigga. Take off the hammer pants. You know what I'm saying? I remember Dane's brother. That nigga was walking around in 98 with a high top fade. I said, nobody really just told this nigga. Come here for a second, Leon. Why don't you just slope that shit, nigga? You know what I'm saying? So that nigga sloped it. That nigga came in because he was going to work. Yo, man, I'm glad you told me that. I get nothing but compliments. Compliments. That nigga was time to cut that high top off, nigga. Your cane ain't even popping no more. You know what I'm saying? I do work, nigga. Cut that off, nigga. So it's the same thing. So this one energy ball is a self-contained universe that they were watching. That's the concept they were telling you. Or that's the concept they were doing that they were not telling you. So the Jedi and the Federation that you see on Star Trek, because that's what the Star Trek people are. They work for the Federation. They have Federation rules. Klingons now are working with them, but before Klingons were the enemy, Romulans were the enemy. So they had Klingon and Romulan space, and then there was neutral space. So they'll be like, we're in the neutral space. Nobody can shoot us, but they can't do what they want. No, we're in Klingon territory. They can do whatever the fuck they want. Or we're in Federation space, and we roll like Federation. Following? So that's what they were all about. Oh shit, we in Romulan space. Suit up, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Put on shields up. We have to cross through Romulan space to get there, and that's where the adventure will be. But they're representing the Federation. When you seen the movies and they sat down, remember Tyler Perry was in it? They were sitting at the Federation. So Gene Roddenberry was a occultist. So when black people started talking about we're from Sirius, we're Egyptian, white people saying, well, we're from Pleiades, which is another star system with a whole suns and universes in it that, of course, niggas can't deal with physically. So it's a whole world. So they philosophize and they have all their channels writing books, and it's a lot of bullshit. Everything is these evil, which is their psyche is the same seven heaven syndrome that this dude had. His interpretation in the dream is his own psyche. So he's seen God sitting on the throne. So that's how niggas feel is real in their heart, because they see things like that, but they don't even realize they're seeing their own psyche. I realize I'm seeing my own psyche when I deal with these spirits of God. You say, well, it's the same thing with spirits of God. You're going to see the spirits of God you're going to see. But the difference between you seeing a man on the throne and me seeing the spirits of God, these things work for me. That does not work for you. You serve that as a servant, and you waddle in ignorance every day because of that. I walk in the light because what I choose to initiate in my psyche is a reflection of that which is conducive to not only my transformation, my well-being in everything, in every area I indulge myself in. I find answers to my questions while you find more questions in your questions. So the problem is it doesn't serve you to have this interpretation manifest in your psyche, because your psyche is giving you an answer of what you see. I didn't even get to the place, was he white or was he black in that throne? You understand? So what I see, and when you start to see these in your dreams, that means it's an indication that you're speaking to spirits correctly, because your psyche is starting to tell you nigger things that work for you. That means you're starting to change your spirit into those things that serve you, your purpose, and everything you're about. And not only that, you're starting to create things forward moving that even serve you better, more than just a day-to-day maintaining thing, that help bring you abundance, true abundance. You start with those that were around you who have passed. So KL, after he called me Thursday, on Monday, Dane calls me, said, yo, KL passed. Just talked to him Thursday. Then I talked to Lou over the weekend. Why didn't Lou break this shit down for me? You know what I'm saying? Lou came, it don't work like that. He said, but bring them to me. Because of the work. Oh, thanks, sweetie. Because of the work. May I have a plate too? Thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, he got duck sauce too. That nigga did me good. Because of the work that KL did, and because of the work that KL did making Screwball, just with his heart. His whole group is named after Lou. God damn. That's the greatest work you could do, is honor spirits. Lou said, because I've been in this death game a little bit longer, I'm going to put pimping on the pimping. Thank you. Thank you, sweetie. I'm going to put pimping on, because I've been in this death game longer. If you don't honor any spirits, there's nothing coming for you. Remember, Lou is energy now. So if you didn't give up something to that energy, the energy ain't got nothing for you. In fact, his consciousness may be going like this: I want to, nigga. But you haven't connected to me, because you don't even know I exist anymore like that. You still waiting for a nigga sitting on a fucking throne to come and tell you how to live. And it'll be your own mind telling you all your scary shit. Nigga, you were bad. Remember when you fucked her? Remember when all the shit you was already guilty about. So you just think a nigga on the throne is telling you that. Now you must suffer. Because we're taught that. And you're doing it in your own mind when you're dead. It's all you doing this to you. Shit. White people got you good. You're going to burn forever. Nigga, that's impossible. Spine is my nervous system is why I feel pain. I don't have one no more. It's silly. So it's actually him telling himself, you understand, on his throne, you're dirty, you're despicable. What a terrible job. Because that's what he is. So even though his ancestors have got their arms wide open, reaching, because he doesn't know, because it's all about your mind. It's not about what no one can do. It's all about your mind. It's all about what you know and your ignorance. You understand? So they can't help his ass. Can't help him. So now he's but since KL did all of that Screwball work, it's like he knows Lou, he acknowledged, and he did that work. He made a connection with Lou. So Lou is like, I could do it. I got him. But know what the blockage is? The astral world. He'll be in the astral world fucking around and getting stuck with his own mind, right? So Lou said, if you make a connection with me, get him through the astral, because the astral world is part of humanity. And remember, Lou went past it once we did the Screwball shit for him. He said, you get him past it, get him to me. I'll get it. So you don't walk towards the light. The light is coming back here. You walk towards the darkness in the astral world. That's why you hear the story, walk towards the light, walk towards the. Now that's what the demiurge do. You study Gnosticism, they tell you the demiurge was actually mad, and that's the energy that created this place. That niggas was coming through it and leaving. They said, how do we get niggas to stay? We gotta fuck with them in the astral world. That's where he really plays. Because you don't know, if you don't know the astral world and the context, oh, you're gonna be fooled. Especially if you addicted to this shit. So so they make the story on here all about light. Walk towards the light, the light, the light. Then you had niggas like Bobby Hemmett, myself, others, talking about no, darkness is light too. If you were in an all white room, you would be just as blind as you was in an all dark room. So-called white light ain't to be all the end all. That's polarity. So here, darkness or dark light represents that which is unknown or ignorance. And you came here to know. So polarity for us here at least is to go from unknown to known. So that would mean negative polarity to positive polarity. So to tell a mythology about it, you would have to say negative means bad. You understand? And then positive means good. Then that means we have to tell a story about women being bad now. Because women are negative polarity. So Eve gave you an apple, Jezebel, a bitch will always take you down. That whole Delilah cuts off Samson's hair. So women have to be bad now. All they were a concept in unknown. And really, if you watch women, they represent the unknown. Their vagina, you don't really know what's up there. It's unknown. Our penis is like this. It's in your face. It's in the light. It knows. Her shit is internal. Unknown. Y'all getting this shit? It's really that simple. The baby hides in the womb. Unknown. It's marinated. Unknown. She represents darkness. And anyone with a woman, a long-term woman, you never know that bitch. You never really know what, you kind of know what puts a smile on her face, but you could say something or do something so irrelevant and they'll just start rubbing you and they'll tickle pink. And then for some other reason, that bitch is driving like this one day. You're like, I just don't know what happened. Women represent unknown. That's why you get with a woman and that's why Bobby Hemmett and myself now would say, you got to really listen and submit because they are the ones. They represent the unknown. They represent how they will tell you some shit about yourself that no matter how much you kick and buck, when you sitting by yourself, you know that was some real shit they just said. If they love you, not no hoe or no bitch you just got with. They always going to try to control you. We're not talking about control. We're talking about evaluating you, which you may mistake, which I mistake for control sometimes. And I'm arguing back, but then I always tell Khadijah, no matter how much I argue right now, it's a defense mechanism. I don't walk away and dismiss you. I still go by myself. I'm a by myself thinker. God damn. Fuck. They are the unknown, which is still, you weren't looking at it as good or bad. You was looking at it as that they're part of a process in you. You're a part of a process in them. You understand? That's why for me, I'm the light for Khadijah because I represent positive or white light. I represent the answer. So that's where you get the Prince Charming thing comes in. So when I come, bills start changing. We got this becomes, don't worry about it, starts becoming. That to them is, he's a god. So Khadijah treats me like a god because I am a god, the light. And I treat her like the devil. That bitch is insane and crazy. But I understand the role of these light are actually one thing. So when in the end, all of it is to find middle ground between me and her as one, where the devil and Jesus meet. Where do the devil and Jesus meet, my niggas? Nicholas looked like he got it. Almost. That tattoo on your hand, as above, so below. Where's the meeting point? Where's the middle point in it? Point on your hand. And what does that represent in that middle? Your heart. This is where Satan and the devil have that communication, because this is where they meet. You understand? So the devil tells you about your lower three chakras. I can give you all the riches of the world. This is all the humanity. Red, orange, yellow. Right here is where they have the conversation. I could give you all the riches of the world. And he goes, no, I'm about my father's business. He's talking about the three upper chakras. That's his father's business. This is where the throat, this is where you speak truth to power. This is what's happening now. This is where you escape, and this is where you leave and never come out. This is where Muhammad goes to Mecca on your top of your head. They just made a place on earth because earth mimics everything in the body. So where they're saying Mecca is your crown chakra. Where they're saying the pyramids are what? Pineal gland. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sure there's some cave that's deep somewhere that represents your throat chakra somewhere that we may not even have known or discovered or even understand what it is. Could be goddamn Angkor Wat. How will we know? Or a city that's strong. How will we know? You know what I'm saying? Or something that is identified that I just don't know. But all of these places were identified in the world. Here's where the polarity meets and become one at this gateway. That's where you find balance. And that's where the Christ actually activates. Because you are going from unknown to known. So it ain't nothing to do with better man or better woman. It's just different aspects. But they actually all are one thing. That's why Jesus is the sun and the bright morning star, and so is Satan. And, you know, niggas, well, that's when his name was Lucifer. Like, it's just, there's always going to be a way to justify it. So if there's always going to be a way to justify it, and I said you're supposed to step out and see the psyche, and there's always a way to justify something, right? Then why don't you justify shit that works for you? Make up shit that works for you. Because you've been making up shit, or shit has been made up for you that has not been working for you. You get what I'm saying? So make up some shit that works for you. Where's Tony? He's downstairs. No, I don't want you to go upstairs. I'm gonna run upstairs real quick. I'm gonna get hot sauce, but I got it. I'm gonna take a break. I took it upstairs. I'm gonna take a 2 second to run upstairs, guys, because I want to get into the next thing. I'm gonna finish all this point. And next thing, y'all actually getting some real fire today. Y'all need to thank Khadijah for that. Her energy today, sitting here, is what y'all getting. Y'all getting shit that ain't even from this class, really. We could have been done by now. But I'm gonna go through the principles. I could go through fast. So I want to give y'all a full understanding. Give me 2 seconds, and we're gonna get into the principles. This is a faster class, so we're gonna start to wind it down. We'll be back next week with the second half of the same thing. What I'm giving you is so easy to do. It's the exercises you have to do, and it's real simple. It's simpler than you think. All this shit is simple. Give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna stretch my legs and. Ooh. Sitting in a chair. Well, I gotta get a haircut today too. I gotta. All right, guys, let me get some napkins.
I gave you some.
I'm gonna need more. This sauce right here gets real. I'm gonna get another stack. Thanks, babe. I'm gonna get another stack because this is one of those have them but not need them. Oh man, thanks.
No, I took it off.
Well, actually, you're right.
I was meditating.
Right, you're actually right. We could keep it off. There's actually no reason to filter it. There's nothing in there. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not putting anything in there. So actually,
Oh, are we
we can keep
getting
it
rid
off.
of it?
You want to, right? I can see you do.
I've been wanting to, but yeah, I know you said you needed it to help you with
man. You want to?
relaxation.
You want to? You want to do every fucking thing you want to do.
Baby, that thing is always dirty, you know.
That's what I mean. No, it's always dirty lately. We could just clean it and put fish
I think it's always
in it. Whatever.
dirty. So I'm gonna leave it up.
No, you throw it away, then. You empty it and throw it away. I'm glad I was carrying all this shit. Man, maybe it's time to throw. Let me think about it. Maybe it is time to throw it away. I don't know.
I'm gonna leave it up to you.
Well, maybe it's time.
I remember why you said you needed it. So.
Oh, see, why he get shrimp fried rice? I didn't ask for shrimp fried rice. I wrote it down. I just wrote fried rice.
I said fried rice, extra onion. I didn't say nothing about shrimp, except for my order.
That shit I used to get. I don't even want that shit with shrimp in it. Extra onion. I bet you there's no extra fucking onions. I should have called her. She knows what I want. It's all good though. I mean, it ain't the worst in the world. These niggas, y'all niggas just gotta see me eat something, nigga. I'm hungry. Y'all gotta just. This shit's about to get real greasy. 1 second. I'm properly hot saucing the chicken now. But we're gonna go through this quick. I'm gonna have you guys on your day in a moment. All right. She probably knew it from me. I don't think she knows Torn by face yet. Torn was just in there with me. Yeah, he drove me there. I remember I just said, yeah, it's my son. I was like, that shit was recent. I was like, when the fuck would he? But he did drive me. All right. Hip hop parade. All right, so we're going to. Oh, first let me properly sauce my chicken with the sweet and sour. Get a dip of that for you. A dip of that for you. Dip of that for you. Yeah, she knows me. She makes my shit fresh. He's all right. All right. And you get some on the rice platter. All right, so now that we understand the world we're actually dipping into, what we need to do is just understand how to fuck with it now. So KL, after I got him a loop, dragged him, run into darkness, I seen this little golden light. And I knew that was him, and that was his soul. And then I heard Lou say, I got him. Shit was like finding Neo in the Matrix, my nigga. We found him and woke his ass and got him. I said, cool. And then I went to sleep. Then in the spirit world, I heard KL. He came through, started talking to me. Real excited. First, real excited that death wasn't the end. He's like, yo, there's still this, there's still that. He had bad asthma, and that's what finally took him out. So since a kid, you know, he was scared to death. You know, always had a machine with him in the car or some fucking where. That's got to be fucking torture. So you're doing everything fighting to stay alive. You've been trained to fight to stay alive. Your mother and parents, make sure you do that. Make sure you get your pump, get your pump, get your pump. You hear this all these years, everything. So when you die, especially when you don't know anything, or you just think, you don't know what the fucking thing most of the case. Especially if you wasn't a religious person like him going to church every day. You don't know what the fuck to think. So he real excited, and he starts to say, yo, I didn't know we were Egyptians. I was like, oh yeah, most definitely. I said, matter of fact, what's your name? He told me, to Aunt Nefa. I said, my nigga. Got up, wrote it down. Started dealing with him, giving him libations. And I told him, come see me when you get acclimated, my nigga. So, sure enough, a few months later, he came through, and he's like, yo, I'm like, what you up to? He's like, yo, I'm learning so much, doing so much. He said, did you know there's a whole Richard Pryor universe? Just like that ball that they were watching, that's what you would watch in Star Wars when they were watching that ball. That's what you would watch to watch Richard Pryor now. Not just, it's more than a stand-up act. It's more like his entire universe, what that is that incarnated in a human body, what it exists outside of a body, and how we not only entertain ourselves, well, just entertain ourselves with it. Just watch it and study it. There's whole comedian realities. Just like a ball in. He said, yo, I'm in Richard Pryor's universe. But I was always knew that you can watch like how they were watching that energy ball. You can go watch Richard Pryor for what would be considered in our time thousands of years, and come out of him. That's a good. You're forever being. That's a good show. But it wouldn't be thousands of years. It would be thousands of years to us, not to them. It would just be that long. It'd be like, that was a great show. Well, I found out later when we were hanging, dealing with Gerald Levert on the mushrooms. I went in, Gerald Levert said, pretty much you could get inside the ball. Now, he didn't say those words, but he was showing me how you can not only witness, if I was witnessing Gerald Levert's universe or that ball that you see in the Star Wars, it would be like I'm just listening to a good CD, but on a whole different level. But then there's a way to come into the CD or into the song or into his verse or into that hot night at BET when he's blowing, how to get into it and become a part of it. To not only feel it like you're experiencing it, but feeling it like you are the wind in which that shit is carried on. Because you're at an elemental level. So I found that out later. So he was telling me what I knew in my consciousness then, that he's watching Richard Pryor. Like, nigga, that's fire. That's tight. I can't wait to see Bernie Mac, Robin Harris. Think about all that shit. All that fly shit we love. All the guys that came here and displayed some talent for you were showing you a fragment of what you are. Nigga, that's where you going. You can go where, think of all the niggas you ever seen that displayed some talent. Think of all the niggas that was never on TV that existed with talent. That's iller or as ill as Jimi Hendrix, but never got discovered. We hear more about that in basketball. Yeah, you can talk about Dr. J, but y'all niggas don't know about the Goose. Who the fuck is the Goose? And then he's a nigga from the park. They did a whole movie about it, Uncle Drew. Who's Uncle Drew? Nobody knows who Uncle Drew is. Some old nigga with skills, apparently. So think of how limited Jimi Hendrix, Prince, Michael Jackson, and all the rest of our motherfuckers were, because they had a human body. And this is Malcolm X. We can hear Malcolm X speeches and all the rest of that shit. Not as nostalgia as moving forward in a cosmic sense. Nigga, this is set, nigga. This is set. You niggas is good. You just don't know you good. And not knowing you good keeps you stuck here. You don't know. It's not even like you have to win. It's not even like you winners. There's nothing else. If something is losing, it's because you created it. It's not like you already win or winning. Nigga, you are the definition of the game. Period. So he tells me, remember those herbs you used to smoke? Why don't you go ahead and sell them shits? Nigga, cut it out. These niggas ain't gonna get it. No. Sell them. I listened to the spirit, so I did it. The rest tells its own story. I ain't looking at that. No, I didn't know. You're just mad that I didn't. That don't work no more. You ain't got that no more. Like yeah, like so did it. Rest tells the story. So why speak to spirits then? More than om the om rom, and wearing dresses, because his spirit has given me a tool that has managed to this day and still to come, pretty much forever, the rest of my life. Every bill I pay is because of the herb pack. Every little shiny thing I can decide to buy because of the herb pack now. Everything. My temple's built because of the herb pack. My woman met me because she was trying to buy a herb pack. My woman met me because she was trying to buy a herb pack. You understand? That's the gift that spirit, KL, gave to me for giving him the gift of getting him to Green Eye Lou, which was a gift we gave to Green Eye Lou by that KL has given to Green Eye Lou by calling his name out in his group, which was signed. They had hits. Screwball. Go check them out. Niggas still talking about them. One word. Poet just released the album. And he's one of the niggas in Screwball. That was actually KL's cousin. So it's a whole system between us three of sacrifice, return. KL fought to get that name as the group. They didn't argue much because everybody loved Lou. And nobody wanted to talk about, we can't name it after Lou. Nobody's going to argue that. So because of KL, Lou was awakened again. KL fed the energy's trying to feed him back. Because I could talk to energy, the energy talked to me. Said, yo, the energy know he's about to make the transition. Lou knows. So Lou gets in contact with me, Lou gets on my mind. So when KL died, I said, I just talked to you, Lou, why you didn't tell me? He said, doesn't work like that. He said, but what I do need you to do is give him to me. Because Lou wants to give him that gift, but Lou couldn't give it to him if he gets stuck in the astral world in his own mind. Watch what dreams may come. His wife, who kills herself, goes to a very different place in the astral world. The story is about him rescuing her, and Cuba Gooding Jr. is going, that's never happened. She's in her own mind. She's in the prison of her own mind. She's locked in. You understand? And she was stuck in the house that her kids died and that her husband eventually died. She was left alone on a planet, killed herself. So now she's in the hell in the astral world. And he's in the same place, in another relaxing place. In fact, he says, I know this place. He said, we were in the flea market. Me and my wife bought a picture and said, this is our idea of hell. It's sat in our dining of heaven. And it's sat in our dining room or in our living room. We always felt it was heaven, or what we thought heaven to be. He said, now you're here. In your heaven. I said, where's my wife, nigga? He said, in the middle, he said, Chris, I got bad news. Your wife killed herself. He said, oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my. He said, wait a minute. Where's she at? That means she's coming here. We're good. He said, actually, they go to a different place. And if you're ignorant, have a fucked up interpretation of this planet, meaning when you dream of a man sitting on a fucking throne. No pussy anywhere. I'm going to say, because he said, something like, what do you? I said, nigga, if I had that dream, I'd be on the throne getting my dick sucked. Are you crazy? The fuck is wrong with you? Why would you even accept it? I would be sad if I seen that. I would want to just die and get it over with. I'm going there anyway, then fuck it, nigga. I'm going with a bang. So, him giving us Screwball, me getting him there, Screwball's now giving to KL. Me getting KL there is now KL wants to give to me. That's how the shit works. Everybody's scratching each other's back. That's real currency. There's no money, right? So what's currency, my nigga? Your ability to speak and talk and communicate with spirits is currency, my nigga. Real currency. Your sacrifice. What KL paid was calling his group Screwball. What he returned was a first-class trip into heaven to build his own heaven. He had a guide, a professional guide to bring him through it. You understand? He didn't have to figure it out the long way. He didn't have to do like my aunt did, get with a nigga who's conscious. She was only able to do it because I was a nephew, perhaps, to get with a nigga who's conscious. For as a gift, all her kids, they moved in Columbus, Ohio. So we never seen them, never grew up with them, 4 of them. Facebook, of course, around the same time aunt came through. They came up here. They came at Khadijah. 2 of them. We had a family reunion last year. You know we don't do that dumb shit, but went to see him. My sister was there. She came, so they're not dumb people, so we're good with it. And it's because of their mother, her spirit. She's able to make that union. We seen their father, who's my uncle, blew my mind. It's the greatest thing to see him. I haven't seen him in a gazillion years. Remember, he's Muslim. And he's remarried. Now, so, where was we at? So, this is the business you guys are in now. The business of giving spirit and learning how to receive. Spiritual currency. Spiritual currency. So we're going to get on to some of the curriculum. We haven't even talked about nothing in the class yet. This is the fucking setup. So conscious energy, we could go through this quick though. Conscious energy, the signature that remains. We need to remember the signature. We talked about it, so you guys have a thorough understanding. I can make this really quick now. The conscious signature that remains is once KL is dead, his body is gone, KL still exists in the actual world. So his mentality of what he went through as the individual is what is actually remained. It's like the spirit of his body. So as we know, he may have moved on. KL told me he actually wasn't coming back. Once they suffer like that, that's it. Niggas ain't coming back to this. That asthma shit, nigga, that's another way of saying I don't want to come back. So truthfully, he's screaming out. You know them sickly motherfuckers that come here? Not all, but some of them niggas is trying to get themselves out of this. They're trying to remind themselves that they hate this place because they don't have the information that you have. So without the information, they just know this is not a good place, but they don't know how to stop. You know what I'm saying? So they try to stop themselves by making themselves like have asthma since birth, multiple sclerosis, all the rest of these things. Deep niggas say, oh, it's their karma. But it's coming from your mind. Karma is not real in the context we understand it. I drop a pencil on the floor. Karma means cause and effect, not bad or good. That's that same bad or good bullshit we talked about. It means cause and effect. So the cause and effect, maybe you shoot a lot of niggas, you're probably going to get shot back. So it's not like karma said, you shot me, so I shoot you. That's not how it works. It's cause and effect. That's the clinical definition of the shit. That's the textbook definition, not my interpretation. It means cause and effect. And bad and good got added later to control people. So, what fuck I'm bringing that up for? Okay, we'll let that stand. because I don't remember where I was going with that. So where we're talking about consciousness always remains. So okay, so he might have moved on and dealing with whatever he's dealing with, but the energy signature remains. The person remains because your spirit as Panic, as KL, as CJ, your spirit is conducive to this lifetime. Therefore, it lives in the astral world with all the attributes of the one life. But that would matter to people who knew you. You understand? So KL in this lifetime had the attributes of a hustler, always looking for an angle. When he was eulogized, that was said at his funeral. He always seen another way. So those are attributes. So he left that behind to be accessed because now it's in a bigger place. It's in a place where those attributes were limited on earth that are now expanded in him. But the good news, though those attributes are not unique to him, what's unique is you have a relationship that you can access him based upon your knowing of him, based upon your feeling of him. There's already a built-in way to connect. You understand? Like you may connect even just because I told you about him. You understand what I'm saying? You may even connect just because I told you about him. You know what I'm saying? Let me see who doesn't have access. Well, Jarrell, you can't take me either. Oh yeah, he was on his phone. There may I must have unmuted somebody. There we go, I did. All right, so there may be ways. I mean, you could connect to him. I may tell you the story like I just did now. That's enough to make a connection with the energy. You understand? Because know why? Which we're going to get into. I don't know if it's in this one or next class because of your imagination. Let me say it now so when we get to this portion, you understand. It's the greatest tool you have, your imagination. Remember this and we'll expand on it. Now, the point is to know that KL, his consciousness remains. His body's gone, his soul transformed or back on earth, but we can still talk to KL, right? Therefore, how do we not be able to talk to KL? We're able to not talk to KL when you're talking about 2 generations from now. Nobody remembers his name, who he was. Even his great-grandkids, 3 generations from now. Like, most people don't know their great-grandfather's name. Just your grandfather's father. You don't know his name. You understand? You already forgot him. And if there's no pictures and nobody told you, he doesn't exist to nobody. Nobody alive on the planet was alive. Not even your great-grandfather. Imagine your great-grandfather's grandfather. You damn sure don't know who that was, his name, or anything. See, if we had a culture, you'll be able to contact him as an ancestor because he'll be in a place and you'll still be connected to it. Now you don't know what that nigga was. In matter of fact, you don't know what kind of slave he was. Whether he was a field nigga, a house nigga, a good nigga, or a rebel. You don't even know none of that. So how could you? So his energy doesn't have nothing to feed it, not even your thoughts. So it dissipates, it dies. But if I'm feeding KL and KL left music behind, KRS-One will never die on this planet. There's always will be a KRS-One recording. Somewhere, somebody right now is listening to Heavy D. His spirit is on forever. Listen, how set up I would be. When I'm gone, until the internet crashes, or until the reality we know crashes, Panic will exist. Bobby Hemmett will exist. Because of these words, because of what's happening right now. So that means our spirit will always be alive in Black people. Malcolm X is just as alive today as he was before. If you don't believe me, go on 125th Street in Harlem and say fuck Malcolm X. I dare you. I double dare you. To any random nigga, I dare you. And them niggas is the one that killed them. They will lose their fucking mind today. Shit. Sarnetta got a nigga when Sarnetta said ain't no Jesus. Lost his fucking mind. Jesus ain't never been here. You know what I'm saying? So imagine a nigga who been here who helped him. You wouldn't even want to say that. It even gives me pause to say it to tell you an example. Fuck Malcolm X. That's how taboo that is. Me, on the other hand, I have a more personal relationship with the energies, so my mind won't go there. But half the niggas' minds will. You know what I'm saying? I can say fuck them just like I would say it to a nigga now. Man, fuck that nigga Flavor Flav. Man, fuck that nigga Kanye West. You know, there's so many niggas to say fuck you to. That wouldn't give you pause. When you said fuck Marcus Garvey. To even show you in this example, it sounds wrong. That's where in your heart you actually really do know how to deal with spirits. You understand? You know. Nobody had to tell you that. You tell a real church nigga, they hear something moving in the house, they ain't gonna say, oh, it was Jesus. They're gonna say spirits in this house. They don't even deny spirit. That's how real that is. You need to know, number one, how that energy signature remains by you feeding it. That's how you create spiritual currency. You understand that? By laying your sacrifice down at an altar, sacred space, giving them something before you try to receive something. You got to pay for everything you want. So you pay in characteristic of the energy. What did KL like? Well, me and him used to just wild out. We got this 99 bananas. It was a new thing. And we just said, let's make it our thing. And so we was in the hood fucking with 99 bananas, Alizé, Hennessy like everybody else, but 99 bananas. So that becomes libation to KL. You understand? So you gotta be shrewd in what it is you're trying to make contact with and how to do it. In all your contacting is an energy. Not a man. KL doesn't exist no more. But his energy does. A microwave is an energy. It's an energy. It does a certain operation in a certain function, and it's not meant to be taken in the bathtub, right? It's not meant to be doing all these other shit. So once you understand how to use a microwave, you pretty much control the appliance. Once you understand the spirits that you're dealing with, you can now in a position to control them. So if you know your aunt was a hoe, that's the one you ask for to get you a new man. Because she knows her way around a dick. You can at least start there. See where it takes you. All right. Now, without your imagination, you seen that, Nas? Yeah, you seen it. You seen it too. How you fall for that? That was the illest one. That was the fallest one. I know you wasn't. That's what makes it good. That's what makes it a good catch. Make that shit a good catch, my nigga. You need to know who masters are when you see them. You just walk it off, dog. Just walk it off. You ain't gotta stand there. Just walk it off. All right. I want you to hear this well. This would be the point or the peak of this. The phrase is No imagination, no way in. No imagination, no way in. I'm about to test niggas now. Let's start with CJ Watley. Talk, CJ Watley. Can I hear you?
Hello?
All right. Yo, let me tell you something. I live in a subdivision with mad hills, and Khadijah was gone, Uber fucking up. Couldn't get an Uber. I said, fuck it, I gotta get down that hill. You know what I'm saying? Shit is looking real rocky. I can't wait and walk in that shit. Like, my subdivision is like a fucking prison, my nigga. You can't get out. You know what the fuck I did? Put on some rollerblades. So I'm banging down these hills, you know what I'm saying? And word is born. I never really looked at my neighborhood like that because we always drive through it. Word is born. I see this fucking gateway open. They have it. It's like a heart in these bushes, right? I said, fuck it. I'm going to see what's up because I know a gateway when I seen it. When I walk through, you tell me what happened next. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then you go up, there's like these stairs, it's like a spiral, you go up,
Mm.
and then you go into the room. That's this big TV.
Mm.
You just go on there and you chill and you watch TV. You know, you keep going.
No, I want you to come up with something better. Nigga, or you said, why did I leave my house? I could have watched TV in my living room, nigga. But that's the idea. You did a good job. That's the idea. I'm going to tell you a big secret. If they're all energy, right? We have this interpretation that we are stuck in whatever KL tells me now. It's KL talking to me, right? But with your imagination, if they're energy, you could bend it and shape it to whatever the fuck you desire. And that's the secret trick. Who sets the rules? Your own mind. You understanding this? So if I'm going to imaginate myself into the way of prosperity. So if someone said to me, which I've heard, and you probably will hear and have heard, that wasn't your boy KL that came to you. It was your imagination, right? My answer would be like, great. Because my imagination got me a house, the woman I wanted, the lifestyle I wanted, whatever. So if I'm imaginating, and we all imaginate, because that's what the person would be saying, oh, it's your imagination because we all imaginate. I'm imaginating well right now. But I understand I can weaponize my imagination. All things in existence come from where?
First World Order Radio.
Your imagination.
Finally.
So if you can weaponize
we are on the air.
or empower your imagination,
No doubt.
Excellent, you can.
All right,
Now, CJ Watley got the flow, because I've talked about it in lectures, how to make a story and keep flowing. But we got to expand our imagination. Because in the end, I went to listen to the story. I went to a magical gateway. It was excellent at drawing up what I was seeing. But what did I do? Watch TV. You know what I'm saying? Think about that shit. Where was the fairy pussy at? Where was all the women with all their titties? I know you're thinking about that, nigga.
Giving out more information on Wednesday.
I know you ain't imagining niggas walking around with their dicks out.
8 o'clock. We are now going to be
You're right.
the hottest day of the week.
So why are we holding back? Because at the very least, if he's doing the exercise right, that's a whole bag. You get what I'm saying? Nigga, when I walk through that gateway, you know what I'm saying? I smell delicious pussy. When you step on the floor, know what you got? An orgasm. So every step is orgasmic, but it's crazy because it's not like an orgasm which stops you. You feel the sensation, but it feels like your normalcy. How you feel when you're having sex is your androgynous feeling. That's how you feel at every moment, like you're in the middle of fuck. And me with my love of my life, Khadijah, we're in a sexual bond. That's my whole entire homeostasis. And every time I walk on the floor, you didn't even get to where I'm going.
Get your calendar right. Get your schedule right.
Someone comes out and told me what you're doing is the most magnificent needed work ever, and many will benefit. We empower you to do what you do, and to do what you do, we need to make absolute positive comfort for you. So every single thing is going to work for you. So I said, who are you? They said, we are you. We are the source, and everyone down here is doing the work. We will congratulate you on your work by offering you nothing but great things, greatness, and the person by your side that you see every day, even greater. Oh, nigga, this gateway will close, and you will now know as you skate the fuck off. You skate as one of the masters returned. And then I finished rollerblading, got me some Chinese food, and came home and said, Khadijah, guess what happened? Glad you're back. If I could meditate to that, if I could zone out, if I could see that, I smell what it smells like. I know what the orgasm feels like. I'm there, nigga. I can feel it around me. I can feel it in the atmosphere. Nigga, I ain't watching TV, nigga. I can watch Love and Hip Hop for real. I don't have to go to the Gateway to turn on Love and Hip Hop. You know what I'm saying? You have to do exercises where you tell yourself a story and you just keep telling yourself the greatest whatever fucking news you want to hear. Now, how to speak in spirits. Imagination. Absolutely, positively essential. Without it, you die. The limit of it is a definition of how you live right now. You don't like the way you live, you want to improve the way you live. I got you, Davis Schuler. Your very definition of how you live is a reflection of how far you can expand your thought or your imagination. Intellect is a product of what? Ego. The only niggas giving you intellectual advice is blowing up their ego by its very nature. You need to transform that information into something that's usable. You transform it. The true way to transform anything is through your imagination. If you can see it, feel it, taste it with all five senses in your mind, you're there. So the first thing, when I walk through a gateway, what describes he is visual. First thing I go walk into a gateway or this gateway, I want to know what the feeling is. So the feeling is going to be the greatest feeling that I can think of as a human. Orgasm, sexual union, and love. And actually first love between Khadijah, because when I think of all these things, that's what I'm talking about. You understand? That is, they say, the orgasm and fucking is my basic way of being. That's a basic nigga way. I start at, what's the height of what niggas try to reach every day, which is to try to bust a good nut. is where we start at, where I'm from. You understand what I'm saying? We bust controllable nuts. And I can feel it. Ugh. What's next, nigga? I exist in a state of vainglorious, nigga. For real. So, where we at? You must do exercises on your imagination. You must Google ways to exercise your imagination. Find books on ways to exercise your imagination, because exercising your imagination is how you control energies. Is how you make, let's say, KL work for you. You understand? So when KL is communicating me, saying he's on the Richard Pryor world, I have to see this world in my imagination for this to be real for me to have access to what the energy is trying to reveal to me, to be able to move forward with, oh, I should make some herb packs. Okay. Who's unmuted? Oh, I got to mute you back. Niggas hear you scratching the back of your neck, CJ. So, niggas is used to that. Yeah.
I don't know how they are when I'm not.
Yeah, you crazy. So to do this work, you must create an altar or a sacred space. You need to create a gateway in your house. What this does is get your mind in a place where your imagination start forming a energy hole or pathway in the house to get in and get out. You know what I'm saying? Or to get in and do whatever. Like getting in here is pretty easy. Roaches check in, but they don't check out. Niggas will tell you that. You fuck around with me, oh, you're going to be lost in the Matrix trying to play Mr. Astro Travel, Miss Astro Travel. I'll fuck you up. Ask Khadijah, she's just getting back to her normal senses. But our nephew is a heavy astral traveler, right? You know, he's my married nephew. You know what I mean? Khadijah's blood nephew. He's my nephew. You know what I'm saying? He's a baby. And but he's 19 now. So he astral travels over here all the time.
Not lately, he don't want to. He says too much shit going on.
But Khadijah said lately he's been telling her, I don't want to. There's too much shit going on over there. But he said he finally found a way out. That's what we were talking about when we started class. He finally found a way out. He said it's in Khadijah's spirit room. Khadijah said that made sense because when she's doing her readings in that room, she has to let a lot of people in to do your reading. I said, man, close that motherfucker up. I want niggas to suffer when they come around. I'm a little bit iller. Oh, you want to come to Pang's house to see what's good? Try to get a free hump? Okay, let's go. You ain't getting out this motherfucker. Try to get a free hump. You're going to hump everything in this motherfucker.
My nephew said he's been stuck in here for hours at once.
He was stuck in here for an hour once.
Hours.
Or hours with an S. That's because you create gateways with altars or sacred spaces. So Khadijah's room is a sacred space and it's a gateway. You understand? She changed it up and removed lights. This is a room with no windows. You close that door, you're in total darkness. That meditation is off the chain. And she did it the other day with one of her girl groups. Her witchy poo groups. Now, you have to do that in your house. It's not hard. It's like putting up furniture. You don't really have to do nothing with your mind, but know that this is my altar. You know, I don't fart around here. I don't just sit bacon grease up there unless I'm offering it to something. It's not just another table. This is a space where I do work. That alone, that reflection starts to open up a gateway in that area. So it'll be a workstation where you put symbols on and off of it constantly as sacrifice or as communications, configurations for communications with first relatives, and then you could talk to a little bit more archetype spirits. Remember I said depression is a spirit because we've given it characteristics and it has to exist in the realm of thought first. You have to first think you're depressed, or you have a certain behavior and somebody says, I know what that's called. That's called depression. You go, yeah, I guess I am depressed. I have all the symptoms. Get what I'm saying? And so Lakshmi is like that. Osiris, Oshun, they're all the same thing. Just energies that were defined. They have a bigger thing because they weren't people who lived on the planet. They come from the minds of groups of people who said, this is how we're going to hold down our particular neighborhood. We need a goddess of love. We need a goddess of war. We need a goddess of work. Because this is all the things we need. So we need a god that these niggas could turn to keep on focus. So when work is slipping, we got somebody for that. Call him, do that, do that. Can't get no pussy? You got somebody for that. Call her, do that, do this, do that on Friday. Get what I'm saying? It was a way to manage groups of people. So these things, these energies are sitting around waiting for your instruction. The problem is we lost our way and think we're supposed to pray to them. Would you pray to your microwave? I hope the fuck not. You understand it to be a tool that you bought to master what it does. So Oshun has tricks. There's things she does. She's like your appliance. So why would you be worshiping her? If she's mad, my microwave would seem mad if I put him in the tub with me. I get electrocuted and I go, God damn nigga, why are you so mad? We have now changed that. I didn't give Lakshmi her water, Oshun her water. She's mad. Because we humanized them. It's not human. They tried to use human concepts so you could get it. Because you're a human. But what they're talking about when you wipe it away, plain energy. He fell? You made that girly sound, nigga? What happened? Your panties got crunched up? All right. Where were we at? Altars. So the altar is the most, or your first jump off. That's going to be your place where you create the gateway to talk to spirits. You create the gateway to you're going to put all your energy into this spot because this is where you're going to go for. This is going to be your first place to alter your mind to have these conversations. You're going to go there and imaginate. It's really just as simple as that. When you imagine, let's say, Nicholas, that you're talking to your aunt that passed away, by just doing this act, eventually the energy talks back to you. How do you know? It happened when you was a kid. Remember when you used to imagine playing with something, then all of a sudden you were dragged into this world where it was no longer you doing it anymore. You just knew how to play. You just knew what to do with your trucks. You knew what shit to build and set up. You took the cover and you put it over there. You knew that was going to be the tent. You following? Nothing. It's almost like you were taking over. And your whole room is all fucked up and your mother saying, I don't give a fuck what you do. Fix that shit by the night, right? but you got your car area. Let's just say you got your area where that's the fake food area. So you got Play-Doh acting like hamburgers. Your whole room is set up because you by yourself this day as a whole entertainment system for you now. Then you put everything back and it's a regular room. But it's not like every moment in your mind you said, what should I do next to play? You didn't have to think about playing, in other words, right? So you first started with your imagination, right? Your mother said, go in your room and play. Can I go outside? No, it's raining. Go in your room and play. So now you say, oh, fuck, this boring ass room. Remember that? I'm stuck in here. TV, there wasn't cable then. Probably for you it maybe was. For me, it wasn't cable. So cartoons came on at a certain time. Shows that entertain kids came on at a certain time. Not a certain channel, a certain time. So in the daytime, let's say you home this day, they playing nothing but stories, soap operas. No kid is interested. In fact, that's why your mom told you to go play in the room. She's watching that soap opera. She don't want interruption. So you first sit there and you're bummed out. So then you say, fuck it, I'm gonna play tense. I'm gonna play with my army men. And before you know it, you spent the whole day pretty much zoned out of this planet, playing. Your tracks, your trains, your whatever. You know what I'm saying? Playing. Your mother actually interrupts you to eat lunch. Then you go back to what the fuck. You can't wait to go back to what you was doing. It's almost like you're going back to another world. Remember that? Your mother like, come here and eat the sandwich. Okay, in a minute. Come now. So now you're eating a sandwich. Her story's in the back. You're almost mad. You can't wait to smash this sandwich to get back to playing. But all of this started with your imagination. So how do you play with spirits? Getting it, nigga? You go back to your child thinking of your imagination. You imagine you talking to your aunt. Imagine what she would say. If you ask your aunt, should I eat this? What would she say? Even my Muslim aunt, should I eat this? Nah, she's going to say no. The more you keep playing like that, the more it takes over. The spirit is from the realm of imagination. You understand? So it's not one thing connecting to the other. That's what it is. That's why when you were a kid, what did they say? Stop daydreaming. Pay attention. Daydreams too much in school. Because this was the process of communicating on a higher level that was being out of you. So that's why you get in the Bible, and a child shall lead them. You cannot enter heaven but as a child. Because they're talking about the innocence of your imagination, your untainted ability to just zone the fuck out. There's a guy talking about this, not in detail, but he mentions it in a documentary called Gateway to Fairy, which all those in my class should have seen when we talked about fairies. He's talking to the little girl, for those who haven't seen this, and she's like, he makes fairy houses. I don't see no fairies. Ain't no fairies in there. You know, stop lying, nigga. And he starts to talk to her, pretty much telling her to use her imagination. You could look, it's in there, just go with it, pretty much. He said she talked for 20 minutes about what she's seen after that. It's almost like once you, and he says the words, once she was given permission to use her imagination again, she's seen a whole nother world. She was saying the fairies live in there, they're sitting on their furniture, they're about to eat dinner. Real, like, detailed shit that you know is from the imagination, but is not from the imagination at the same time. You following me? She's going off. They're about to eat dinner. They're about to do this. They're about to do. One of them is upset because they didn't get their homework. So when you heard C.J. Watley talking about it, it sounded like he was trying to make things up on that path, which is not wrong. But when you heard this little girl talking about it, it wasn't being made up in real time. You following me? Her imagination. See, we have grown-up imaginations. So what's our grown-up imagination? We go through a fairy kingdom and a human imagination. we go through the fairy kingdom or a kingdom or a gateway, and then we watch TV. So even though he's able to flow with the story is so regular. You understand what I'm saying? It's not really imaginative. It's a story that kept the story going, but it wasn't imaginative. Nigga, where was all the flying motherfuckers? Where was the nigga who gave me my wings? And then I took off. You know what I'm saying? Then I smoked the fucking cloud and I was high, nigga. High. Then when I smoked the clouds, then that's how you talk to ancestors, they said. You know what I'm saying? So I smoked it and the ancestors started talking about it. Then I started seeing them configure my DNA. And all I could do was lay there and they were telling me, relax, we're adding to your DNA. Nigga, that alone is so fucking majestic. You understand what I'm saying? Because then the imagination comes to what happened when I got back on Earth with new DNA, nigga. You ain't ready to be an X-Men, nigga. You ain't ready to be an X-Men. So it's endless. You understand what I'm saying? You're only limited to what you could do by your imagination. Y'all work on all exercises on expanding it. Y'all feel me? Any questions, raise your hand. Great. Oh, for recordings, when you get out of Zoom, without touching anything, you're going to see another window pop up. And it's going to start to process the video that's happening to do that. So to get your recordings, do not do nothing. I'm going to still do my Dropbox and give it to y'all. But for the recordings that those who are receiving the recordings, don't do nothing. Just when you close it, it'll start a process of making the recording by condensing it or whatever it does. You'll be able to see all the pictures and everything you see here right now. It'll just open up in a WAV file, MP3. Excellent shit. Others, I'll just upload it to not an MP3, an MP4. But I'll just upload it. And I have, and people have downloaded it from YouTube, so we're good. So I'm just going to upload this to Dropbox, rather. Send you links. I don't know who has or who has not come to class. Actually, I'm going to send it to everybody in class. They paid for it. So whether they showed up or not, they'll get the recording. Good enough. It'll be even Steven. So your imagination is the most valuable thing you have. Sacred space is how you use a point to direct your imagination into something that can return something. Don't sleep. I already told you how you did it on Earth. You played all day in your fucking room. That's a return, my nigga. You were in a world. You hated to be interrupted by lunch. In the beginning, you hated that you had to go in your room in the first place. It's your imagination that took you out. How many little kids, even today, you'll see waiting in a welfare office or some social security office? They just start playing. They take out their little truck and be going, they be just doing and talking and doing all sorts of wild shit. You understand? And sometimes your mother have to say, shut the fuck up, sit down. You leave and you go into your imagination. That's what we do. You stop doing that and you started looking in your fucking phone now. That's a science. So when kids no longer imaginate, Mom, can I hold your phone? Well, they got one. And they zone the fuck out on social media. That's a reason. That's the war. Get you niggas, your greatest form of imagination is watching TV. CJ, you gotta own that. Your greatest form of imagination is watching TV. That's because we've been trained into that. Nigga, anything nigga asks me to do is long that it involves pussy. It involves pussy, head, wings, nigga. Endless fucking
chicken. It involves such a great, most ignorant, great shit in the world. I went through a gateway, you know what I'm saying? Michael Jackson was there. It said, nigga, get ready for the concert, nigga. Oh shit. There's so many ways you could go. So many ways. But that's it. You want to expand it. So if there's books, self-help books, to expand your imagination, oh, y'all need to get them immediately. What's his name on? Oh, I just lost that thought. Oh, Einstein. His words. He said, more than intelligence or anything in the world, the most important thing in existence is your imagination. It's the key, fellas, ladies. All right. Now, what else is next? We got a few more things we're going to go through, but let me tell you what happens in the next class. Let me see, look towards the top of your head. Meditation, we deal with more of the meditations in the next class. I can see brain alertness, create power thought, create brain antennas, no breath, cross leg, no cross leg, breath power. Well, I'm going to give you very heavy shit on very heavy shit next one. Or do we do pineal exercises? Oh shit, I got more shit, nigga. Niggas is lucky. The next one we go harder. There's not much speeching to talk about because yours should be already there, so we could get deeper into exercises. Pineal, gods came back to earth. Oh, okay, all right. We got a lot of shit to deal with next week. All right, so the next thing after you set up your altar, you first have a mentality of know you can. Start to get familiar with the word I know, not the words I can try, maybe, I believe. Get those out of your fucking head and start dealing with I know. Dealing with knowing. So you deal with shit as if it's already happened. I am rich. I am powerful. I am. Not I will. I will be rich. I will be powerful. I will be better. I will be healed. I will, or want to, or words like tomorrow. Tomorrow never gets here. So I will do it tomorrow. It's never coming. I am is what you want to be dealing with. The I am of it all. I am is. Now, it's the concept of knowing. Nigga, I am rich. I am whatever. So you want to know. That's very important to know. Now, question, Nicholas?
So I want to know about, since I'm in the process of moving my altar and my house, the wall, and everything, all that. So there,
Okay.
start moving things in here. My nephew, who was in the garage, my folks from North dancing around, and which I felt fan with my heart because I know where his heart is.
Okay.
So basically what I wanted to know, and it was on my mind as far as the question was, the process of moving those things here.
No process, nigga. It's your mind. If your mind moved there, your altar moved there. If your mind moved there, your gateway moved there. You open up gateways wherever you go. You're the God. You're the God. It has nothing to do with the garage. You're God. So it doesn't matter. What they are, altars are really easy and simple to set up. Whatever the fuck you do, wherever the fuck you do it. But if I was to write a book about it, there's nothing really to write. So I would have to say, well, let me rely on some of the culture's rules
So now they go back and see what cultures had. Cultures had different rules because they was in a culture. So certain things you couldn't do because it was against the culture. So they set up their altars the way they needed to, that was conducive for their lifestyle. So it doesn't really matter to you. You're not in a culture. You're not even in a spiritual system. I'm saying you're not in Ifa. You're not a Polaro. You're dealing with direct spiritual work with the energies directly. So your altar is of your mind, meaning you don't have to follow the same rules as some. Okay, you don't follow the rules of an altar. Explain to me the person or thing that punishes you for that. Doesn't exist. So who are you scared of? Now, if I'm in a culture where moving my altar somehow offends Oshun and we define that, that's an agreement we made with the energy. Follow what I'm saying? You ever go to a weird person's house? We don't use our microwave after 3 o'clock. Or you go to them old niggas' house, electricity storm, they start turning off the TVs. Like we can't watch TV because of electricity. Like we might get electrocuted. Nigga, that'll happen with it. You know what I'm saying? With that, you got a dish on your fucking roof. So that's how they choose to use their energy. Or not even the electrical storm. You ever go to people's house? We turn the TV off after 9 o'clock. We don't want it to burn out. Remember that shit? We don't want to burn up our TV, so we turn it off after 9. It was on. The TV was on all day. Not because you're watching TV all day. You might burn up the TV. Give it a rest. Like, nigga, we leave our TV on for fucking 72-hour wops at the very least. Now, ain't not burning up, right? Okay. That's just how they choose to use their TV, their energy. So Ifa niggas choose to use Oshun and Ogun or the energies that they deal with based upon the cultural system of yesteryear in today's world. And that's fine, because it will work for them. You can make anything work. I told you a nigga was in 7th heaven and seen a white nigga or whoever sitting on a throne. Shit from the movies. They made God. You know what I'm saying? They don't even make God like that in the Bible. That's from movies. This man on this lonely throne watching you with angels all around him just ass kissing. Then you come before him, oh, Father, you see anything you want to see. So sure thing if you're in the E5 system, you're seeing, you know what I'm saying, what you need to see. But it's your agreement with those spirits that become limiting. Gods deal in context. Flunkies deal in system. So you have a flunky relationship. So if you're telling me I can't move my altar, that's a flunky to me. So you got to do a certain thing, act a certain way, wait a certain day, rub a certain oil just so you can move an altar, nigga. That's a choice. You know what I'm saying? That's a choice. Break it down and put it in the forest, in the sea. Well, all they're really talking about is how to move and return energy. What they're really saying when they say put it in the forest, put it in the sea, know what they're saying? Put it in your subconscious mind. That's the physical act of putting this altar, internalizing this altar that you used to use there and build a new one here. Do you need that baby step? Which becomes the question. If I know what it's doing psychologically, not so much what else matters, do I have to do the ritual of it if I know the end result of it? Because I'm trying to get a certain place. So if I teach on the psyche and I know how to enter and exit the psyche with input and receive exit, I don't need to symbolically put my altar in the forest and then turn right and walk away. Because what am I doing? I'm trying to put it in the forest, the sea, bury it, flush it, so I can, it's symbolic of putting it in the subconscious. I don't need the symbol of doing it to do, or the symbol of doing it, I can see it. So I can throw that altar in the fucking regular garbage like it would never meant nothing, because I know how to spiritually release it. The altar is not spiritual, this is. So the gateway, this was a tool. That's like saying this hammer is spiritual. No, it may have helped me even build my house. But at the end of the day, it's a tool. I built my house. My know-how built my house. And everything around my house is a tool. What's truly in the house is me and my family. So when me and my family move to another house, it's just that's where my home is. So the bricks and whatever, I'ma sell that to whatever nigga, and they can do whatever they want, your cousin. Who gives a fuck is about his heart and who he was. He's just a nigga living in your house from before. The people who sold us this house loved it. They was happy. They don't like show up to visit the house. I just come outside, see them standing outside holding hands. What are you doing? We're visiting the house. Amounts to the same thing. See how foolish it sounds when you really think that shit out? Huh? Right, you don't know because you've been trained a certain kind of way. What I'm trying to do in this class and all my classes is try to break you down from what it is you think you know. It is so simple, that's what makes it hard. I'm really telling you some simple shit. We were trained in public school to think of things as complex, go to college, it's really, really smart, it's really deep. But that's not where our power is. Our power doesn't lie in intellect. Our power lies in our creativity and our imagination. That's why we can run the world with all creative things. In our ignorance, we still run the world in rap. You ever hear Japanese people rap? You're like, what? But they doing that shit on the French nigga. You're like, what, nigga? All sorts of rap shit. You understand? And this is a music form that was created in our ignorance because we were under ignorant pressure, not in our joyous state. Because when you hear that African music in the joyous state, that nigga from the side, that shit sounds so satisfying. You ain't gonna listen to it. I gotta tell that nigga this. I ain't got my phone. I'm gonna tell that nigga, yo, find some African music. We need to flip that. So all right, so who was we at? So yeah, you can move your altar. Your altar is where you stand. You know what I'm saying? All right. So you're gonna imaginate that you're talking to spirits. That's how you're gonna initiate in your mind the true way to have true communication with the energy. Remember I said how it works. We go in our room with the intention of playing, but when we look up, we created a whole world in our room of playing. Tents, bunk beds become toys. Me and Dane used to dress up as Spider-Man in his room. We jump from the bunk bed to his brother's bed or to his sister's bed. Then we jump to the dresser, walk to the other dresser, back to the bunk bed. The whole object was never to touch the floor. So we in there, but you could see so much while you're just running around in a fucking circle in the project room. Get what I'm saying? Put a cover on, a towel on, it's a cape. You were gone. You was really there. Remember when you was young, you used to ride a pony on a broomstick? Remember how real that was? You couldn't tell you wasn't on a horse. You got to get back there in your imagination. You got to get to that point. And you do that by imagining, what would my aunt say? The people you want to talk to, what would Lakshmi, whoever, what would they say? And you know how the play just took over and the story started to, that was actually the spirit coming through of playment to entertain you. That was the spirit coming through. You called on it when you started playing and you started imagining what you wanted to play. And then when you're in the middle of playing, say, no, don't do that. Don't sit there. That's there. That's there. Don't worry. You go under that tunnel, you'll get shot. You go under here, that's where they got bananas. And or whatever dumb shit you're doing, you started to see it as real. It almost took over, right? It started really, you really just invoked the spirit of play. And the spirit of play came and started working with you. And you had fun. You do the same thing to invoke the spirit of your aunt. You remember her. Then you could use your altar to start adding items that you remember from your aunt. Cigarettes she smoked, perfume she wore, food she liked, picture. You know what I'm saying? Whatever your idea of her was. You know what I'm saying? So that's how you start to initiate the play. Then you see it in your mind. All right, whatever you're asking, I want to know this, that, the other. And your own mind will answer you. It's all from your own mind. That's how they communicate to you, even through their spirit. So you'd be like, should I use this hot sauce? Yes. And you may say, I wanted to use the hot sauce or whatever. But it's not about the answer at first. It's about the process of what you're doing. Because you don't consult anybody to use hot sauce normally, right? You just get hot sauce and say, I want it. So why don't you pretend? You ever heard this phrase? Now you niggas, I bet you niggas know what it means right now, more than ever. Fake it until you make it. People thought that means just front. It means that if you fake it, you actually will make it happen. So you actually, niggas, here's the trick. And I'm gonna take off my glasses so you can see how sincere I am. What you need to do is start faking that you talk to spirits, and then they will talk to you. The same way you went in the room saying, you got your cards, and all of a sudden you're ensconced in this play. You fake it until you make it. And how do you fake it? What's the fuel to fake it? Imagination. You must develop a strong imagination. You must, whatever you do creatively, go ham with it. You like to draw? You like to draw a little bit? Go buy art supplies and doodle your ass off. You make music, do the beatbox, whatever the fuck you do. You write poetry, a creative outlet, because this is healthy exercise for the imagination. If you can't find one, go to a store called Hobby Lobby or Michael's and go find a fucking creative hobby to do. Nigga, CJ, learn how to crochet, my nigga. That nigga is like an Olmec face. You ain't got, don't learn how to crochet, nigga. But learn something perhaps that's creative. You understand what I'm saying? If you don't already have a creative thing. Because this is all healthy food for the imagination. Imagination is the key. If y'all could see it, minds are what make this matrix. And this matrix maintains itself in a poisonous position for you because we have poisonous thoughts about who and what we are. We imagine ourselves going to a fucking first and second heaven. There's no such thing nowhere that says that. This is his interpretation of a first and second heaven where someone sits on the throne with no woman. You understand? Where someone sits on the throne with no women. And my nigga, that's depressing to me. So this is why the matrix stands the way it stands. This is why it's conducive. We can imagine our way out of this. Nobody wants to hear that. They need to hear something more powerful. We destroy the white man and we turn to our thrones and everything becomes African again. And brothers are protecting the women. And our babies are in school eating fucking 3 meals a day. Whatever the fuck these niggas want. But their imagination is so fucked up in the end. You understand what I'm saying? They're imagining a world too. This world is a product of our imagination. You get it? And we're playing this game now. No longer understanding we're playing a game we don't even know how to play or how to change the rules of the game anymore. I'm teaching you right now, in this moment, how to change the fucking rules of the game. First, starting with your reality. Every fucking thing I have right now is due to my imagination. I imagine myself with a bad bitch who was real fine, real cool, and knew her shit. I imagine myself in a big ass fucking mini mansion. Nigga, I got about, no lie, 47 pair of Levi's, all blue, all 501. And I have about 200 pair of just random Levi's. That's a real number. Nigga, that's a nigga dream. Nigga, I got racks and racks sneakers. Nigga, I got a closet full of premium sneakers that cost 600, 700 a pop. A G a pop, nigga. Gucci, Prada, MCM Pumas, nigga. The brown MCM Pumas, the all white. I got Coogee Pumas, nigga. I'll show you them shits, right? I'll show you them shits before we get out of class. Straight Coogee Pumas. Or you go on my Instagram and see when I rock them. And when I rocked them, put them on Instagram, this was on Facebook. I I linked or tagged MC Shan. Fuck them Pumas, nigga. I hate them shits. They ugly, nigga. That's some nigga shit. My man Chongo said, fuck you, nigga. Your album was some nigga shit. It was real funny. Shan had to deal with a Puma. That's why I added him. All this shit's from my imagination, nigga. I ain't got no job, nigga. I move and do what I want, nigga. Every room is conducive to my reality. All Khadijah's. Nigga, we got separate chambers to sleep in. It's ridiculous. It is literally a nigga's fantasy life. But then when I thought back, it was actually the life that was in my imagination. Made real. Your imagination is the ground floor. Does anybody not understand how fucking important and what it is I just said about the imagination? Or anybody need any question on it, raise your hand now. We're going to move on. Anybody understand, have questions about the altar, why it becomes the physical way to direct your energy, to get back, to give, to move things physically, and to make that etheric gateway for the realm of your imagination to play. That's where we started. I was on rollerblades, going up the street, we seen the gateway. That just by saying that, it sounds like there's another world to step in, another reality to step in. Too bad niggas is watching TV in that world. But nonetheless, it begs for something. That's what your altar is. Any questions on what we discussed? All right. You need symbols that connect to the energy. So we kind of discussed that. Like I was trying to get my aunt. I'm going to get everything in my mind that links me to my aunt, no matter how big or how small. So it becomes a symbol of the person or the energy. We do that all the time in self-help. They say if you want a Ferrari, what do? Put up Ferrari pictures, wear Ferrari gloves, get a Ferrari jacket, hang with Ferrari people. Then before you know it, you whipping. You're going to find a pathway to it. Because what you're doing is programming your subconscious mind. Your subconscious mind dictates reality. So if everything in your subconscious mind sees Ferrari, it's going to be working tirelessly to get your ass in one without you doing a damn thing about it. You would not be able to get in a Ferrari if you did this shit right. So for instance, in 1990, 88, 90, there was a drum machine out, $4,000. Now in 88 for a nigga, that's an obscene amount of money. You understand? An obscene amount of money. Ain't nobody getting that drum machine. The niggas who had the drum machine was already in the game. I knew how to fuck with it because I was fucking with niggas in the game. But your own, at home, Nigga, this is revolutionary. The drum machine itself was a self-contained unit to make beats. So I could just build up a beats and just sell it. This was it. Make them at home. I got you, Nicholas. Making at home and ultimately bring them to the studios. Greatest thing ever. No way getting that. But I set up every single thing else, records, albums, stereo, everything, and left a spot for the drum machine and just said like this. But I could see it there. So really, what was I creating? Altar or gateway. And if I open up a gateway, what am I trying to do? I'm trying to bring it there. That's self-help shit, one-on-one. Why you got that corner empty? Because that's where I'm going to put my sneakers when I get on. Why you got that corner empty? Because that's where I'm going to put my blah, blah, blah. You have one? No. How you going to get one? I don't know, but it's going there when I get it. You're actually creating an altar, a gateway. So I created that gateway. Then soon my boy Prince, who's my rap partner, every penny we had went to the studio. He's wearing new Nikes. We couldn't do that now. I was driven. My nigga, we got studio. We got time to pay for. So now I actually not buying this nigga from the hood named World. World's the top nigga in the hood right now selling drugs. All I do is rap for him, buy me sneakers. I said, nigga, tell that nigga to do something with the studio time. He said, Prince, I don't know how to do it. I said, all right, we need that drum machine. Let's see. He said the nigga want to be down, like every other drug dealer want to get out and, but they want to be big when they get out. So he's like, I want to be on Right On. I want to be in the Source magazine like this. I said, that's what he want? I said, all right. So he said, I just wait till I catch him. So boom. He drive up on the hill. This is in Queensbridge. The hill is lit. The hill is where the center meeting point of everything. So this is like being on a stage. So he drives up all the cars, all the niggas, Spunk, all the niggas up there. He's like performing. Nigga, so I'm sitting there listening. I just want to be on Right On there. I'm just trying to be like this. I really ain't trying to get in the way, you know what I'm saying? Do a little this, do a little that. He's doing all his drug dealer spiel. So I said, okay, no problem. So I walked up to the side with Prince. I said, Prince, now go back and tell him he can't be down. Prince went back and told him that shit. All I seen was hands. And I could make out his lips. He don't know who I am. He don't know who I am. Ego. Now, Prince came back. Well, you figured. I said, now go back and tell him if he want to be down, he need to buy this drum machine. Prince went back and told this nigga. Nigga said, what? Word is born. Prince called me the next day. He said, we got the drum machine at his house. That nigga bought that shit the next day. He didn't even fucking know me. His ego was just that gone. And I had a drum machine and did the thing. And he did a couple of sessions, as we know, and dissipated. He was paying us for sessions. He was doing 3 sessions and bringing him to 1. But when I created the sacred space for this drum machine, I was able, not consciously, able to see a way. Everything in me was working towards getting it there and found the pathway. So you could say it was spiritual. All of this happened and the way it happened and what happened and how it happened and where it brought me today. Just off of that drum machine. But first starting to create the sacred space. Be able to see it, imagine it, and then eventually find a pathway to get it. So it works for physical shit too. Listen, niggas. Listen. So you first want to understand the symbols that connect the energy. And the next thing you want to make sure you do is think of them in a joyous way. So if you think of your microwave, listen, Nicholas, if you think of your microwave as the poisonous, microwaving, positive ions, cell destroying, food destroying mechanism that it is, every meal you have out of it will be disgusting and sick to you. If you don't know no better, you think the microwave is a revolutionary thing that humans have made, you would never notice. That's why them white people and even niggas can eat Hot Pockets all day, microwaved. And that's why these conscious niggas were passed out. You gave them something and told them it was in the microwave. Oh, you have built your mind about this one symbol with either joyous thoughts or negative thoughts. Joyous thoughts are the key. You could get to the level where you could actually use negative thoughts to make shit happen. In fact, that's how they call Shango. To get him to come, know what they do? They sing songs about his balls being small, him having a small dick, and basically call him a pussy ass nigga. And that makes him show up. So there's ways to do that too, but let's stick with our positive thoughts for now until we get to that level where you're sure in yourself that you could curse your grandfather out for him to come. I've cursed Keenan's, my stepson's grandmother, and his great grandmother and his grandfather out, which is Khadijah's grandmother and Khadijah's father, out about this nigga. And they come and did some shit on the curse out, but I'm on that level. So you first want to start thinking of positive, joyous thoughts to entice the energy to you. Because you're first trying to entice the energy for a new time. So the energy has a consciousness. So it's trying to meet, it don't want to meet a dumb nigga. No more than you want to meet a dumb spirit. You know what I'm saying? Well, you met a spirit and said, duh. You're like, what am I doing? This is a waste of time. I don't care if I did contact spirit. I can't do nothing with it in the end. I keep contacting this dumb spirit. So what if you calling on it and you a dumb motherfucker? That's why you have to get your thoughts together. That's why there's fucking like 3 hours of lectures before we even get into what to do. Because if your thoughts ain't right, none of what I could tell you how to do this in 3 minutes. This is a conversation. But all the other shit makes it a class. Like I say, get an altar, use your imagination. All right, then. I could have said that we've been done in 5, quick as a motherfucker. So positive thoughts, you want to entice the energy and you want to bring it to you. Joyous thoughts. You're trying to think of joyous thoughts. So when I was trying to cure myself of high blood pressure, I went to the joyous thoughts of the 70s. What's that? Well, first, why am I going to the 70s? Because this is when I was the most carefree as a kid. No problems. So my cells, my spirit, and even my intellect remembers 100% pure happiness. Cereal when you got up in the morning. Now you got your mom's woke you up. She's cooking whenever the fuck you want. I remember my mom's was cooking whatever the fuck I wanted. I was an egg man. My sister liked cereal. My mom's religiously made me them fucking eggs before I carried my ass to school. She made me my eggs. There wasn't no bacon. I think it was just eggs. Maybe toast. Eggs and toast. And my sister would get cereal. Nigga, you were free, nigga. You was carefree. You had no bills. You had no nothing. Your stress is from go to bed, brush your teeth, or I'll kick your ass. But ultimately, remember when you got up Saturday morning? There was no school. You knew you was in for a whole day of playing. But first, it starts with the Saturday morning cartoons. First thing we used to do is get up. My mom would sleep late. She worked. We'd be begging her. She wouldn't get out of bed for nothing. Mom, make us some cereal. She was so mad. Like, it's easy. Just pour milk in the fucking bowl. Pour the cereal and pour milk. She was more mad that we wouldn't do it. I was like, but we might fuck that up. So she figured out how to pour half a cup of milk and a baggie of cereal in a bowl. So we would get up there with a bag of cereal, half a cup of milk, measured out. So we pour our baggie of cereal, pour our milk, boom. Watching our cartoons, didn't have to wake her up. But we just wanted to wake up anyway. Ma, huh? Ma, huh? You know what I'm saying? Like, so ultimately, who's fucking talking about that for? Carefree. Nothing. It was so fun when you think of that. Then our grandmother's house, who didn't have to babysit us, turned it up a notch. She could give us all the candy, cakes, and cookies. Like my aunts and them was like, oh, that bitch wasn't like that when she was raising us. I'm like, grandmothers turn into that. Here you go. Imagine a kid who can eat all the Snickers they want. Oh my goodness, we make gluttons of ourselves. And all she used to do on Sunday, we stay over the weekend. In the morning, I remember the sounds. It was so perfect. She would give us the fun. They would get the newspaper delivered, the funny papers. So we would read that shit. Take shit Sunday morning shits, reading that shit. It was crazy. She had a door that, it's a regular door. It didn't close the regular way. It slid into the wall, slid out. Nigga, that shit was Space Invaders to us. My friends would come over and see that. Look, 2 bathrooms in an apartment, nigga, they was it. So I started doing meditations on that time. Every moment I can remember, feel, the taste, the smell, I'm there. I watched all 70 shows. Starsky and Hutch, Charlie's Angels. They got the TV stations that's just conducive to 70s, 80s shows. Dallas, fucking Vegas. You know what I'm saying? All the shit, right? Now, start listening to disco music. You know what I'm saying? Start listening to disco. All 70s. So I did a time travel to the 70s. The cells remember. No longer have high blood pressure. And this is based upon the organization of joyous thoughts. So joyous thoughts is the spirit. There's no, well, there are spirits. There's in our end result or our end reality is based upon love. So you tap into that, into the heart. You're tapping into your true nature. Love is your true nature. Joyous thoughts are your way of being, and now your way of healing. Your way of returning to that which is pure in you. And you need that because these spirits only deal with that which is pure heart. If you have an agenda more than just having these conversations, it won't work because that's your agenda is human. And if you bring humanity into this game, it doesn't work. Just like when you were playing all day and your mom's interrupted you for lunch, what she did was bring humanity into the equation. And it was over. You sat there and ate your bologna sandwich. Did you finish yet? No, there's more. Go back and sit down. You're trying to show her your plate because you're ready to get back to whatever you're doing. Then the white man gave you a real fucking hit in the head. He created something called video games. Now, I've seen the video games come into place, but my nephew, the next generation, born and raised on them. He has no fucking imagination. You heard me? I used to show him on the very place because my sister, that place where my grandmother lived on Roosevelt Island, New York, was so fucking pleasant. We walked barefoot in there in the middle of fucking New York. You understand? So much so, my sister got her own apartment there in '93 to raise out her son there because it was the best place we've ever been in our lives. She still lives there to this day. My grandmother died in '93. Was going in '90. I moved in with my grandmother. I moved to Jersey. My sister was already on the island. And still there. Raised our son there. Her son there. My nephew. Playing Nintendo. I bought him all the games that was hot. Crash Bandicoot. Fucking Donkey Kong World and all the rest of that shit. He was rocking with that shit. Then I showed them shit we used to do on the island when we was playing, and he literally was saying, "For what?" I was like, we used to go up the escalator, slide down, go up, slide down. Huh? No imagination. So giving you video games was an attack on you for that. So we always was like, I don't know, it feels like it's rotting your brain. Go outside. That's what parents say. And I was like, shit, that nigga using motor skills, hand skills. He's trying to figure out shit, complex puzzles. He's using his mind. But what I didn't know then was I know now. It was at the cost of imagination. All right, so we're going to move on so we can get through this quicker. The way to speak to spirits is in casual conversation. The same way I would talk to Nicholas. Hey, what's going on? How you doing? What's the deal? Not, Nicholas, I summon you. What do thou forth arc and thou do? None of that. You want to have a casual conversation like you're talking to your friend. In fact, I teach that in any aspect of spirituality, talking to fairies, anything. Talk as if the person is there. This is a psychological way of dealing with knowing. Remember, I said knowing and believing changes the game. If I say I know something versus I believe it, two different animals. You start to say I believe in God, you just revealed yourself to me. There's Christians who come up to me and say, I know God is real, right? And then there's Christians who come to me and say, I believe in God. They told me everything I needed to know before we even had a conversation. You understand? Before you open my mouth. So you need to know. You need to become a knower. So the way to deal with spirits as if you know, instead of as if you're trying to talk to them, you speak as if they're already standing there. Hey, Auntie, what's going on? What's the deal? I would like to talk about something, or what would you like to talk about? Because there's days, once you open up this area by doing this work, you're going to feel your auntie all day. You're going to keep thinking of your auntie. How long before it takes? Oh, her spirit, the energy is trying to come through. She said, wait till I get this moment by myself. Talk to my auntie. See what's up. Hi, Auntie. You'll find by doing this, you're opening up parts of your mind or bringing light back to it. Other spirits start to see that. Energy start to see that light. Remember, these energies still have consciousness. So Mitt, he was a nigga who was from our hood. I knew him forever. Died. Bad thing. Dane's cousin. I mean, Mitt was a funny nigga. But I'm not thinking about Mitt more than hearing it on Facebook, right? So as I'm sleeping, boom, I can feel Mitt. I just keep Mitt. So I said, oh, this nigga want to come through. His energy sees my light. Let me talk to him. I'm telling him a whole conversation. No, you still could get, he don't know. You still could get pussy. You still could do this. You could still do that. The party's going. He's like, oh, shit. Now he's rocking and rolling. He's enjoying it. So he thought God was going to come or hell was, he just don't know what to think. My stepmother came to, I don't really fuck with her, but she kept asking. So I said, well, she's like, why does your father want to get with me? So I had to explain to her. When you were on earth, y'all was together. So no matter how bad it was when y'all divorced or got apart or how it fell out together, there was a moment or a reason where y'all was at your epiphany. So this was an idea for both of y'all that was good. My father's trying to get with you to recreate that particular epiphany, so it's in his archive of good feeling. Remember I said you walk on the floor and it's an orgasm? But living with Khadijah is an orgasm. But or a certain energy that's absolute. But then there's bitches you fucked where you had a moment. So you could get with her and that moment can become an eternity without having to be with him. So I told her, he's trying to get with you for that moment of your apex. So y'all can enjoy that feeling. And it's not like you cheating on Willie, your new nigga. You know what I'm saying? It has nothing to do with cheating. It has everything to do with creating heaven for yourself. You're down here going through these experiences for moments of happiness. Those moments are absolute. You can live in eternity in those moments. How do you know? Because I just told you I lived in the eternity of the 70s at my grandmother's house in the 2000s. So 30 years later, I can go back to my grandmother's house here, right? So if you have no body and there's no time and there's no physicality and you have only your mind, can you not live in a moment? I'm living in the moment at my grandmother's house. I'm always in that moment. I feel down. I first breathe in the air because we're on an island. I hear the sound of the boats and the echoing of how a building was. The light coming in the window, the green rug.
According to WikiHow, if you want to celebrate, start by cleaning your house before the celebration and get a new outfit to wear on the spring equinox. On the day of the festival, decorate eggs by painting or dyeing them, jump over a fire, and bake pots and pans. Then, prepare your steam table by arranging 7 items that begin with S in Persian on the tablecloth, and sit around the table to exchange gifts with friends and family. For more details on this and other how-tos, ask to learn more from WikiHow.
Yo, let me tell you something. That's probably one of the most spiritual shits that just happened. That was the echo shit that picked up. And you heard it give all that ritual out? One of you niggas better been listening. Whoever's fucking with Persian shit, you know what I'm saying? Which is actually Sumerian shit. I'm gonna listen to this tape and I'm gonna do some of that shit instead on the spring equinox, nigga. That was fucking fire. Sometimes Amazon or these shits pick up. This one triggers in here off of the word echo. The other Amazon picked up. You know what I'm saying? Says no incoming call. So I got Echo, Amazon, and computer. Let me see. Echo. What's the time?
The time is 6:54 p.m.
All right. So I gotta get going. So I'm gonna get this done. Where we at? We got a couple more things. Casual conversation. That's the key. You want to talk as if they're already there. After a while, they will be there whenever you call. The idea that pops in your head. Usually, after you do something, do a thing, an idea will pop in your head. That's the first step where spirits talk to you. After a while, I have fluid conversations. But what you've been calling this so far is called intuition. So you want to start to master intuition. You know what I'm saying? You want to start to master intuition and or understand intuition. So that's the first thought that pops in your head. So you may say, I'm doing all this to my aunt, but I have a craving for pizza. Some saying eating pizza. She's telling you to eat pizza. Because the pathway that starts with pizza 3 days later may end up with your answer. So you always have to be ready to receive. That's why the key to this, the mentality is to make up your mind for it. You just can't expect something to happen. You have to change your mind. You understand? I'm giving you all the elements to change your mind. And it's not really changing your mind. You have to go back to your natural mind. Because I proved to you constantly this is what you was doing already. So you got to deal with the ideas and you have to stick with them. You have to fight for them in your own mind. You don't have to convince anybody else of them, but you have to live by them. It's all coming from your own head. All right. Now, bird's eye view. Understand, I talked about this in class. Your spirit has a bird's eye view. Meaning, if I was about to go to Snyder Davis' house or Snehulaker Davis's house, if I was about to go there, he or she may live a mile away from me. That means that house is a mile in my future. Or if I left her house, it's a mile in my past. Common sense. But a bird who's above my house can see her house as he hovers above my house. That means for that bird, Schnehulaker's house is in its present. It can see it now. So I can't see the future. I'm trapped in time, but that bird isn't. So they usually say spirits are birds, swallows, Horus is a hawk. This bird's eye view is the idea that what you cannot see, your spirit can see. So it advises you, or the spirit advises you when it advises you on things you cannot see. Doesn't mean it's always the smartest advice, so you don't have to follow it like a rule book. Sometimes you may say, I know what the spirit is saying, but I'm going to choose to go the other route. You're the God here. But it's just trying to say these are things I see. So if it sees something and you feel a vibe, you may say, nah, this ain't going to cut off my leg. Maybe I'll lose that person in my circle, but fuck it. This is more valuable to keep to this. Or the spirit said, I'll lose that person. I don't want to lose that person, so I'm not going to do it. That's how you just make your choices. Listening to what your intuition, what your spirit says, and understanding that it's not getting nothing that's so magical that is beyond you being able to debate, contemplate, or work with it. 9 times out of 10, you should go with it because it does have a bird's eye view. It does see ahead. So 95 point or 99.999% of the time I'm going with spirit. Some things you got, but it can be questioned, is what I'm saying. It just has a all-seeing eye, a bird's eye view, and that's what you understand the power to be. The last thing we're going to discuss for today, this has been a kind of long class, longer than I thought it would be. Something told me to do it. That's the intuition thing that we just discussed. We say that all the time when we fuck up. Something told me not to do that. We do something good. Something told me to do that shit today, nigga. I knew I was supposed to come to this pool party for something. Even the deadest nigga said shit like that. Well, what did they told me? They told me their spirit guiding you. So your spirit never stopped guiding you. You just think it does. You say it all the time. I knew I shouldn't have did that shit. I knew I should have did that shit. What's that? That's your spirit guiding you. You understand? You just regulated it down to reactionary shit that happened after the fact. But you need to do this work. Instead of something told me I shouldn't have do it, they'll tell you before you did it. Get it? They'll tell you before you fucked up. And that's the key. They'll tell you before you fucked up. So, any questions about anything first? Next week, same time, we're going to talk about more meditative things into how to speak to spirit. You guys have the foundation in the mindset. You understand? Very heavy. Y'all got probably, since this is the second time I did this class, y'all got a much, now I see it really developing into where this shit is powerful. Before there was a little thing. I'm going to give you all the recordings of the first class as well. So you can see how that went, and it's be a more expansion on the same subject. But this is a very powerful class. I think the beginning part I'm going to put on YouTube. All right, so any questions, my niggas? All right, Nicholas, your hand went up. That question? You do? Don't say nothing. Yeah, now I can.
I was just wondering if you could speak on synchronicity.
Didn't you get that in class? I told you that in class. It's simple. That's a different class. Synchronicity is what you've been calling. I said this in lectures. Simple. Synchronicity is what you call coincidence. The end. So if you have a coincidence, that means you're actually having a synchronicity. And a synchronicity is when spirit lines up with what happens on earth. So you study your synchronicities or your coincidences, because those are spiritual happenings. The end. So a synchronicity is what you know all your life as a coincidence. There's no such thing as a coincidence. It's actually synchronicity. We just, in our ignorance, call it coincidence. So since you already know what the ignorance of coincidence is, that's synchronicity. And that is when you experience coincidence, that's the spirit linking up with the humanity, meaning either something you've done to initiate it or something is trying to tell you something. And you act and react to that. All right, guys. When you stop the meeting, the recording process will start for you. Do not touch it. Let it finish. There's a Zoom folder. Find it. It's in, it's under your name somewhere. It's probably in videos folder. I believe that's where it's at. Go in Zoom and you'll see your recording for the day. It'll have the meeting title, and then you could just listen to it. You'll click on it. If you stop the process, you can go to the Zoom folder and start it again anyway, just by trying to open it up. So when I end this meeting, a box is going to pair up. You're going to see the same thing. It's saving your recording to the video file under the date. So if somehow your computer goes off, it stops or whatever, the process stops, you can go back, click it again. But in the end, I'm putting all this up on the entirety on Zoom. So if you don't want to fuck with it at all, you don't got to. I'll give you on Dropbox. And that's that. Next week, same time. I'll see you guys. Peace, beloveds. All right, I hope you got what you needed so far. We got another half to go where we go deeper, but that's the story of it. Peace, everyone. I'll see you next week. I got to go. It's Saturday. Usually I do this on Sunday. I would have had to make y'all wait longer, but I'm in the middle of doing my regular class now, too. I'm going to knock you guys. Y'all been waiting entirely too long. So that's why I'm doing it on Saturdays, but I still got to get shit done. So peace, but we did enough. This is actually longer than the original. So peace, guys. See you next week.